across Iowa.
We welcome you inside the beautiful KC Center. It is the final chapter of the 2026 Iowa High School State Wrestling Championship. Shawn Kenney alongside a pair of Hall of Famers, Tim Johnson, Coach Jim Miller. Great to have you with us. Coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock, we are getting ready to bring you all 14 weight classes and the state championship bouts. Before that, one of the great traditions here in Iowa is the Grand March. That's going to be getting started at 5:30. We are so happy to have you with us as Iowa PBS is once again your home for the state wrestling championships. We send it down to the arena floor, our public address announcer, to kick off tonight's festivities.
Good evening and welcome to the KC Center for the Iowa High School Athletic Association's 2026 State Wrestling Championships and the award ceremonies for the 101st State Tournament. We are excited to be back live on Iowa PBS for these finals. Tonight's schedule will be commercial-free. There will be a 10-minute media intermission following the 144-pound finals. Wrestling championships were last on Iowa PBS in 2002, and the Athletic Association thanks Iowa PBS for helping expand its state tournament coverage this school year. Our first awards of the evening are from the Iowa Wrestling Coaches and Officials Association. Making the presentations are special honorees from the IWCOA, recipients of the IWCOA Courage Medallion, 4 members of our wrestling family who are fighting the good fight against cancer. The IWCOA and the IHSAA wish to highlight the courage of Gabe Christensen, 2023 state champion, Tony Farmer, head coach, Grinnell High School, mat official, Brandon Dufault, and mat official, Shawn Thompson, who could not be with us this evening. We pray for healing and recovery for these great men and for all of those who have been impacted by this disease. By a vote of their colleagues, please help us honor the 2026 IWCOA Coaches of the Year. In Class 1A, West Sioux coach Mark Van Ort and his staff. In Class 2A, Sioux Center coach Aaron Schmidt and his staff. And for Class 3A, Dallas Center Grimes coach Corey Stratton and his staff. We have 3 award winners as 2026 Boys Junior High Coaches of the Year, joined on the mat with their presenters. First of all, Joe Ryder from Don Bosco. Junior High Coach of the Year, Joel Boersma from MOC Floyd Valley, represented by his family. And Junior High Coach Casey Aldridge from Indianola. The 2026 Official of the Year is Adam Hargrave from Letts, accompanied by his family. Next up is the IWCOA Lifetime Service to Officiating Award. This will be presented to officials with over 20 years of experience to recognize their impact on wrestling in Iowa and show the IWCOA's appreciation for their work. Joined tonight by his family, the 2026 honoree of the IWCOA Lifetime Service to Officiating Award is John Walters from Creston, accompanied by his family. The final award given by the IWCOA this evening is the 2026 IWCOA President's Award. This year's winner has spent 40 years in education and education-based activities, serving as a state championship coach at Underwood. Recently was director of officials and wrestling administrator for the Iowa High School Athletic Association. Joined tonight by his wife, Julie. Please help us to congratulate the IWCOA President's Award winner, Louis Curtis. The IHSAA would like to thank the IWCOA for its service and partnership in making this event possible. Congratulations to all of this year's IWCOA award winners. Each year at the State Wrestling Tournament, the Iowa High School Athletic Directors Association honors its Athletic Director of the Year. The 2026 honoree has more than 30 years of experience in secondary education and activities, and currently serves as assistant principal for activities and athletics at Dubuque Senior. A leader among the IHSAA and NIAAA, he has received numerous service awards and district honors. He has served on the Athletic Association's Board of Control since 2017. With members of the IHSAA board and accompanied by his family, please help us recognize and congratulate Brent Cook. Next up are the awards for the Iowa High School Athletic Association's Halls of Fame, beginning with one inductee to the Officials Hall of Fame with presentations by members of the Board of Control. Tonight's Officials Hall of Fame honoree is a graduate of Starmont, who was a state wrestling qualifier, then spent 44 years as a wrestling official. He worked 40 years of sectional and district tournaments, capped by 17 state tournaments and 8 finals. Joined tonight by his wife, Cam, and their family, please welcome into the Hall of Fame, Steve Francis. Next up are honors for the IHSAA's Wrestling Hall of Fame. Since 1971, the IHSAA has honored outstanding student athletes and coaches with induction into the Wrestling Hall of Fame. Tonight, we honor 3 coaches and 3 former state champion wrestlers. Our first honoree has spent 25 years as a coach building up his alma mater of MFL Marmac. His teams won 14 conference tournament titles, 15 conference dual titles, and helped him win 453 dual meets as a head coach. A former IWCOA Coach of the Year and former organization president from 2005 to 09, he coached 65 state qualifiers and 5 individual champions for the Bulldogs. Joined tonight by his wife Rachel and their family, please welcome to the Hall of Fame, Coach Chet Bachman. Our next honoree was a 3-time state champion from 2010 to 12, winning titles at 103 and 113 for Woodbury Central. Graduating with a varsity record of 183 and 9, he recorded 101 career falls and won 113 of his last 114 matches. He went on to wrestle at the University of Minnesota, now lives in Mobile, and is an assistant coach for the Wildcats, accompanied by his wife Abby and children Lennon and Rory. Please welcome to the Wrestling Hall of Fame, Jordan Bramer. This Hall of Famer was a unique 2-time champion for Britt, winning the Class B heavyweight title in 1959, then a championship at 154 in 1960. He graduated with a varsity record of 48-5-1, then went on to wrestle at Iowa State under Coach Harold Nichols, where he acquired 3 degrees. After retiring from a career in higher education, he became a licensed alcohol and drug counselor and lives in Oklahoma. Joined tonight by wife Diana. Please welcome back to Iowa and into the Hall of Fame, Larry Hokehouse. Our next Hall of Famer was a 3-sport standout at Denver and led his alma mater to unprecedented success from 2000 to 2020. His teams with Denver and Denver Tripola won 3 Class 2A state team championships, 6 runner-up finishes, and 10 NICL conference titles. He won 350 duels and boasted 14 individual champions, 60 medalists, and was recently selected to the National Wrestling Hall of Fame. Joined tonight by his parents, his wife Jennifer, and their family, please welcome into the Hall of Fame, Coach Chris Krieger. A 3-time state place winner from 1977 to 79, our next Hall of Fame honoree won titles at 126 as a junior and senior at Iowa City High. He followed those Iowa high school titles with a junior national championship in 1979, then became a 3-time All-American at the University of Iowa, where his teams won 4 Big Ten titles and 4 NCAA titles. Joined by his wife Paige and their children Ann, Dana, and Lincoln, welcome into the Hall of Fame, Tim Riley. Our final Hall of Fame selection of the evening was a 2-time place winner at Decorah and an All-American at Wartburg before joining the coaching ranks. He would go on to win over 400 dual meets as head coach at Solon and Cedar Rapids Prairie, making 12 total dual team tournament appearances and coaching 71 medalists and 8 state champions. His Solon team won the 2017 traditional state title in Class 2A, and he still serves as a volunteer assistant coach at the high school. Joined by his wife Emmy, and children Ashlyn and Teague, please welcome into the Hall of Fame, Coach Blake Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, please give one more round of applause for all of this year's Hall of Fame honorees. Our final awards tonight are the highest honors given by the Iowa High School Athletic Association, the Bernie Sago Award of Merit. The association's board and staff are proud to present these honors to 2 individuals whose leadership, service, and support of education-based activities reflect the highest values of the IHSAA. Our first award recipient was a two-time state champion wrestler at West Harrison in 1976 and 77, before winning a World Junior Freestyle Championship and going on to wrestle at Drake University. Selected to the IHSAA Hall of Fame as a wrestler and an official, he has been a superintendent at Sergeant Bluff Luton and Sioux City Community School Districts.
The roar of wrestling faithful returns to your statewide network. It's been a generation since Iowa PBS covered the Iowa Boys State Wrestling Championships, and now the grit, the glory, the history all come home. Iowa's newest crop of top performers step back onto the mat to claim greatness next on Iowa PBS.
Funding provided by Fareway Meat and Grocery. For more than 80 years, Fareway has been proud to be an active part of the communities we serve. Learn more at fairway.com.
Banking in Iowa goes beyond transactions. Banks work to help people and small businesses succeed. And Iowa banks are committed to building confident banking relationships. Iowa Banks, your partner through it all.
Pella Windows and Doors help bring your home to life. For more than 100 years, Pella has been dedicated to building a brighter future in Iowa communities. Pella Corporation is a proud supporter of Iowa PBS.
Wrestling runs deep in the great state of Iowa, and tonight the skyline of Des Moines is lit up with anticipation. A state known for its rich wrestling history and heritage, this truly is a special night. We welcome you inside a packed Casey Center, the final chapter of the 2026 Iowa High School State Wrestling Championships. Hi, everybody. Shawn Kenney alongside a couple of Hall of Famers. I know you recognize these two guys. Tim Johnson, Coach Jim Miller. Wonderful to have you with us. Coach, in the long history of this sport, we have had 32 four-time state champions. Here in 2026, an opportunity to add two names to that list.
Yeah, Blake Fox of Osage and Shawn Ross of Fort Dodge trying to make history tonight to win their fourth title.
It's been quite a run for Fox. He comes in a record of 49-0 this year, trying to become the 33rd four-time state champion. While at heavyweight, it has been a bonus point machine.
Bonus point, and the #1 ranked heavyweight in America, Shawn Ross.
Ross will continue his wrestling next year in Stillwater for head coach David Taylor in Oklahoma State. TJ, you look at the team race, 1A and 3A already in the books. Pretty good race, though, in 2A.
A record-setting performance by Don Bosco. They're 8th straight, 18th overall, breaking a tie with West Waterloo as the all-time leading team championships. And Jessup, their first trophy in 65 years. Woodbury Central, great year. Then in 2A, we've got ourselves a fight here. Decorah, Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont. It has not been decided, and we will keep you updated. Either team could come out on top. Alburnett and Wilton are fighting it out for that third-place trophy. And in 3A, Southeast Polk has clinched their third straight traditional team championship to go along with their dual state championship a week ago. But what a trophy race with Dowling, Indianola, and Bettendorf. All three are trying for the two left out trophies.
One of the great traditions, the Grand March. Let's swing it back down to the arena floor and our public address announcement.
America with our national anthem performed this evening by a mixed ensemble from Afflington, Parkersburg under the direction of Jeff Bieber. The members include junior soprano Sierra Sessler, junior soprano Addie Unken, senior alto Lindy Oswagon, senior tenor Jonah Carney, senior tenor Trayvon Thomas, and sophomore bass Elliot Bieber. This ensemble has 10 all-state chorus selections among them, and all participate in numerous activities and student organizations at Afflington Parkersburg. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's time to wrestle. When we come back, coverage of the final edition. 4 days of wrestling, and it comes to its climax in just a little bit. Back with the championship matches right after this on Iowa PBS.
Ever wonder what today's workforce looks like and how to prepare the next generation? Your local public media station and American Graduate Jobs Explained are here to break it all down on the most popular social media platforms. Real people, real jobs, from trades and healthcare to hospitality, tech, and more. Explore local opportunities for a brighter and more profitable tomorrow.
I'm talking high-paying, interesting jobs just waiting for you.
American Graduate Jobs Explained. Visit jobsexplained.org to learn more.
Coming up on the next episode of Iowa Life, learn more about braking from DSM Breakers. Visit with the Chernogle family as they recall a 1968 plane crash.
I just kind of want to do something really drippy.
And meet Gabriela Torres, an artist who is working to make Clinton a destination for the arts. That and more on the next Iowa Life.
Mondays at 9:30 on Iowa PBS.
Are you prepared for the Forsythe family?
Join Iowa PBS on March 1st at 2 p.m. for an advanced screening of the newest series from Masterpiece. The Forsythes follows a wealthy Victorian-era family as generations struggle between tradition, duty, and the pursuit of love. Doors will open at 1:30 p.m. and light refreshments will be served. Open captions will also be provided. Reserve your spot today at iowapbs.org/events.
Iowa PBS covered boys state wrestling for decades until 2002. We finally brought it back home, and going forward, an vault of old school championship match videos is always available online at iowapbs.org and on the YouTube channel. Here you see some familiar faces. Current coaches of Iowa State, Iowa. Very young Doug Schwab of Northern Iowa. All as high schoolers and state champions here on Iowa PBS. The Transfiguration, we started Wednesday for the first time. It is a 4-day state tournament. They cut it down to 6, and then they clear everybody out, and we eventually settle in on the 3. When you begin the high school wrestling season, if you're an athlete in Iowa, you want to wrestle on a Saturday night in the capital city. Class 1A matchups, TJ, let's take a look at it. Don Bosco, get ready. They are ready to make another big impact this year.
Well, that's what I'll watch early. If they get on a roll, they could set a record for most champions ever in a finals.
Yeah, 6 is the record. And here we go with some good matchups here. Council Bluffs Lewis Central has the record with 6 champs. Don Bosco has a chance to get 7.
You know, you look at some of the other schools, Nottoway Valley, a couple of upper weights looking for state titles. Ashton Honold looking for his 3rd. He will wrestle for UNI. And then Caleb Christensen into the fray for the very first time. He looks for his 1st state championship. In Class 2A, it is a wide open team race right now with a lot on the line over the next few hours.
Well, that'll be really interesting to see if Bettis can get it going for Eddyville. They need to win all 3. And you see Bettis and Spurgeon and Davis right in there in those first half. And that's big for Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont.
Alburnett and Wilton also battling for a trophy in 2A. So their matches as well with Shirk in there and 2 for, yeah.
And then you look at Class 3A, Southeast Polk has wrapped up their 3rd straight 3A traditional championship, and they will look to set the tone right out of the gates at 106 pounds.
And I'm looking at Eddie Woody there from Southeast Polk. He's jumping from 106 to 126. Can he get another title? Cody Trevino at Bettendorf, same thing. Jumped up a few weights. Can he get a 2nd title?
Jake Knight going for his 3rd. His dad's last year at Bettendorf. Man, we got a lot of things going tonight.
Take a look at some of the upper weight matchups. All eyes at 285. Shawn Ross, will he become a 4-timer for Fort Dodge? It is a packed house inside the Casey Center as we await the arrival of our first championship bouts. We start the night at 106 pounds. It's amazing. You look at this format this year. They added an extra day. 3A started the festivities on Wednesday. Non-stop action, whether it's on the championship side like we're seeing here tonight, or all of those wrestlers just a few moments ago, their opportunity to be a part of the Grand March and fight their way back through the consolations.
Well, it's always so hard, and it's always so important in so many ways. You know, I was listening to Doug Schwab, and we'll talk about the Schwab family later, but his idea about perspective, that pain is good. We hate it, but it really builds you up. And there's a lot of people that were hurting from their losses, but the ones that are feeling good are the ones that came back, got 3rd, 5th, 7th. It's, you know, it's a dogfight here, but you learn so much in this sport.
You earn every point, you earn every victory. The 3 newly inducted Iowa High School Athletic Association Wrestling Hall of Fame coaches this year all wrestled Pee Wee together. Denver Tripoli's Chris Krieger recently shared a post on X about it, including a tournament bracket with his name and those of MFL Marmax's Chet Bachman and Solon's Blake Williams. Take a look at the date. This was from over 45 years ago, and look who won it. Mr. Krieger, a 4-0 win. Oh, yeah, he saved that. You bet he's going to post it on X.
52 to 62 pounds right there.
That is the beauty of this sport. You go back so many years and the connections that you build. Wrestling is about community. The future, what we're seeing tonight, and the past, all combining, and it's pretty special.
Well, you know, I say all the time, America needs wrestling. The guts, the gumption, the grit that it takes to grind out a good match is the same kind of stuff that it takes to grind out a good, long, productive life.
at the 106-pound weight class, presented by Iowa Farm Bureau. In Class 3A, Amir Newman Winfrey, Southeast Hope. Cruz Gannon, Dowling Catholic.
106 pounds, Amir Newman Winfrey, Southeast Polk, a freshman, 44-1. He has defended the top seed. Cruz Gannon, Dowling Catholic, will be his opponent, the sophomore. In Class 2A, we have a couple of wrestlers who are very familiar with one another. Jackson Parmenter, Anderson Osgood will be meeting for the 4th time this year, and the stakes the highest tonight. Will it be Vinton Schellsberg or Solon coming away with the 2A title? Three-box view. 3A will be on the top all night. 2A in the lower left. Class 1A featured in the lower right. Don Bosco freshman Ty Martin, one of 7 finalists for Don Bosco tonight, taking on Carson Webkers, the sophomore from South Central Calhoun. Webker, a 2-time state qualifier. Coach Miller, take us through the conversations these coaches had with the athletes. It's a long day waiting for this moment.
Yeah, you're trying to calm them down back in the rooms, you know, before you come out a little bit. They know they're excited. They all know how important it is. We've been working for it all year long. And now the chance, the thing you're telling them about is, hey, just go give it all you got when you step on that line.
Not wasting any time. Right off the whistle, Amir Newman Winfrey comes firing in, and he will get the quick 3, and he will cut and release. So Cruz Gannon in some trouble as Newman Winfrey right back in on that leg again. 2 quick takedowns before you can even blink an eye. 20 seconds in and a 6-1 lead.
And he's been doing that all tournament. I mean, he's been getting after it the whole tournament. It's paying off for him because he hasn't had a close match.
Yeah, Newman Winfrey pulls the trigger fast.
Couple of wins by fall, a major decision, the route to the championship for Newman Winfrey. And this is a athlete who could be very special. He took down Fort Dodge's Knox Ayala 16-3 earlier. Knox, the brother to both Drake and Drew, and 6-2 lead as Gannon will look to get some traction. Still scoreless in 2A, 1A approaching a minute in. No score with Martin and Webker in the lower right.
Yeah, that 3A match, you got the 2 top teams, Southeast Polk and Dowling, who are going to get first and second in it. And yet here we are starting off with that first battle.
Cruz Gannon last year broke his hand about 5 weeks before the state tournament. Still ended up being a runner-up, but boy, he's in some trouble here as Newman Winfrey just continues to keep the foot on the gas. 3 more, stand-up position near the edge for Gannon. A hand fight trying to rip away, but control still established, so we go back to the center. Newman Winfrey up 9-2.
Newman Winfrey showing his variability, because he has had 3 different shots and 3 different finishes, and with his 3 takedowns here in the first period.
Nice shot in 2A, just getting started. Parmenter and Osgood. Solon, Osgood from Solon, Parmenter from Vinton Schellsberg.
And we talked about the familiarity with these 2 wrestlers. 4th meeting this year. Parmenter is 1-2 against Osgood, and Jackson talked to the local media about the challenges that the familiarity really presents. He doesn't love it. They both know each other so well. They both know what they're going to hit.
You know, sometimes that can be a good thing when you're coaching. You get to go back and watch the videos and so forth. And the more familiar you are, sometimes the harder it is to score and get some new a new plan of attack.
Second period underway in Class 1A. Ty Martin, one of 7 Don Bosco finalists tonight. Scoreless with Carson Webker. Inside a minute to go in Class 2A. Parmenter and Osgood Maybe no surprise, two wrestlers so familiar with one another, although Anderson Osgood has been an offensive machine. 3 straight tech falls to plow his way into the state title match.
And Newman Winfrey may have the cradle locked up.
He's got it hooked up. He's just trying to pressure. Now he comes backward, gets the cradle, comes the other way, getting a 4 count. Close to a fall.
Trying to, with his right leg, trying to lift and elevate. Gannon's left leg getting those shoulders down. He's close. Just nice job of fighting out by Gannon.
Gannon
Class
with
2A, Parmenter gets a takedown. 3-0. Right at the end of the first period.
Those unanswered points always so pivotal when you have a razor-thin margin of error. How about this ride in Class 1A?
Yeah, he's been looking. Ty Martin's really been stretching out Woodker there, really using his entire body, keeping the pressure forward, looking for a cross wrist, some kind of tilt action.
You're talking about Whitaker. That guy's got 59 wins this season. It might be a record. 59 wins,
yeah.
but he's got to get out here. He's running out of time in the second period.
So Webker continues.
He's right
to ride.
Yeah.
So Carson Webker with nearly 2 minutes of ride time. Go back to the cradle, and Cruz Gannon barely able to fight off. Cradle there by Newman Winfrey. 16-5 lead for Southeast Polk. Oh, here's a burst off the whistle by Ty Martin. Still controlled by Webker.
Webker trying to hold on.
Yeah, nice job of kicking out by Martin.
Boy, with 2 seconds to go in the period, Martin finally gets the escape. So a minute
huge.
58 riding for Webker. Martin able to kick away late. Now it will be Webker's turn underneath. See if Martin can return the fit. Parmenter with a 4-0 lead on Osgood.
Newman Winfrey one takedown away from a tech fall in the finals.
And there it is, the first state champion crowned here in 2026 goes to Southeast Polk. Amir Newman Winfrey in a weight class that the Rams really have had a lockhold on the rest of the state. 3rd straight year that they won the title at this weight. Nick DeSalvo a couple of years ago, followed by Eddie Woody, and now it's Amir Newman Winfrey's turn to take a bow.
Wow, he had an impressive tournament. Did not have a close match. Get a tech fall in the finals. That's saying something.
This is where Newman Winfrey comes through, and they give the 3 for the tech fall, but that was just one of several well executed shots and finishes. So quick. Might be the quickest young man I've seen in the tournament.
Top wrestling, this is what it's about in Class 1A. Martin was able to get a late escape in the second period. Now he is riding Webker. Carson Webker talks about his competitive fire, gets it from his family. Let's see if he can ignite some of that fire and get out underneath. Parmenter leading 4-0 on Anderson Osgood. He has been able to slow down the sophomore from Solon's lethal offense.
Osgood, the first of 2 Solon wrestlers in the finals. It's kind of like bookends, 106 and 285. Of course, Blake Williams, the longtime coach there, who's retired from coaching, into the Hall of Fame earlier tonight.
Martin with the ride. Webker tripods up, tries to hit a roll. Martin stays with him. Terrific ride by Ty Martin for Don Bosco. Crunch time. Can Webker get out? Martin in on a leg, brings him back down. Sit out position. Webker pushing forward, close to getting out. Martin hanging on in between the legs.
That should be one right there.
It's not been signaled yet. No point awarded yet. Still nothing. Webker trying to cut the corner. Martin rides him out in the third period, and the two officials will get together. Coach, you thought one. I thought one.
I thought one, and he was holding one.
Oh, my. So Ty Martin, the freshman in his first trip to the state tournament, brings home the gold. And Don Bosco will add to their already huge lead in Class 1A.
That's how big Martin's escape with a couple of seconds left in the second period was for him, because that's what ultimately won it for him. Looked like Webker had done the same. But here's the right here. They're not giving an escape to that. I would have given him one.
On Class 2A, Parmenter wins the match 4-0. State champion for Vinton-Shellsburg.
And quite a moment for Vinton-Shellsburg, because Parmenter was the first ever finalist for that school, and now he becomes the first state champion, the sophomore, after placing fourth a year ago. 4-0. The defense takes down Anderson Osgood.
How big is that?
Southeast Polk, Vinton-Shellsburg, Don Bosco, the first three state champs at 106 pounds. Huge crowd inside the Casey Center as we get ready for 113 pounds. Rematch of the state dual meet in Class 3A. Seeds get thrown out in 2A, and then a rematch of the finals in 1A from 106 from a year ago.
Class 3A, Carew Christensen, Waukee Northwest. Diego Roberty, Iowa City West. In Class 1A, Caden Walensky, Don Bosco. Ian Mays, Waco, Wayland. In Class 2A, Charlie Bowman, North Pope. Coy Mailer, Union, LaPorte
113 pounds, Class 1A. Caden Belinsky, Don Bosco, Ian Mays of Waco. That'll be the battle for Class 1A, a rematch of the finals from 106 pounds a year ago. Class 2A, Charlie Bowman, North Polk, Coy Maylert of Union, 4 versus 3. And then in Class 3A, Carew Christensen, Waukee Northwest, a program that is up and coming, and they are moving fast. Diego Roberty of Iowa City West, the freshman looking to become the 5th freshman state champ in West High history.
West High led by Nate Moore, a 3-time state champion for his alma mater.
Here we go, takedown already for Diego.
Roberty gets an early 3. Christensen cut immediately. Roberty looking to become, again, just the 5th freshman state champ in the history of Iowa City West. Had to come from behind last time out in the semifinals, secured a takedown with 37 seconds to go, and a win against Dowling, avenging an earlier loss. So Roberty picking up where he left off in the semifinals. 3-1 lead.
Belinsky really going on 1A there. Don Bosco trying to get their second. They got their first at 106, and they're trying to set a record. No one has ever won 7 championships in a night on the finals, and that's how many finalists Don Bosco have. Belinsky out with 2 takedowns and a 2-point near fall right out of the bat.
Coy Maylard in on a shot. Him and Bowman going at it. They've wrestled a number of times this year. Maylard has the advantage previously, but you never know at the state tournament.
Belinsky, one of 4 returning champs for Don Bosco, with the Schwab brothers and Dawson Youngblood, who we will see a little bit later on today.
And Bowman with the first takedown on 2A, up 3-0.
This could be a special night for North Polk. Charlie Bowman has really been one of the best to put on a singlet for that school, a 3-time medalist, 7th, and then most recently 5th last year after taking a loss in the semis. So he is into the finals for the first time.
Yeah, Belinsky really doing a nice job there on a leg attack, covers for one of his 2 takedowns in the first period.
Belinsky, champion last year at 106.
We're going to talk about it later, but a lot of the wrestlers have jumped up 3-4 classes, and it's kind of neat to see. You can win at a heavier weight than you think sometimes. It's not all about cutting weight, and we've got some examples of that tonight.
Yeah, we do.
Flip of the disc in 3A comes up Christensen's color. He will defer, and Roberty, who's had success getting to the leg, says let's start neutral and on the feet. 3-1. Iowa City West out in front of Waukee Northwest. Bowman of North Polk pitching the shutout in the second period. 30 seconds in, he's up 4-0. Caden Belinsky continuing to pour it on. 11-2 over Ian Mays of Waco Wayland. Front head position by Roberty, trying to cut around to the corner. Christensen trying to clear his head from underneath. Roberty has it buried under his chest. You see Roberty reaching around with those arms, trying to capture the far leg. And the referee stops it. We'll get a fresh start.
And another 3 points for Belinsky in 1A. Nice shot there. Clears the head past the crotch lift of Maes, and gets 3 more with a Turk in. Going to try to do some more turning. Really tough ride. Belinsky really hard on top.
Nice job by Carew. Christensen comes back, takes the lead on a go-behind takedown in 3A. 45 left in the second period. Maylard also comes back to get a score 4-3 now.
He'll try to ride out Bowman for the final few moments of the second period. So we are tight in 2 of the matches. Belinsky.
Oh, there you got Christian right hooks up a cradle. And he, off the mat, had the cradle hooked up. And that's a scrap in 3A for sure, and in 2A.
Yeah, match really did a complete 180. It was all Roberty at the start. He came out blazing. Christensen weathered the storm, and now it's Carew Christensen with a little momentum late in the second period. Escape in Class 2A.
Now we got a 4-4 dogfight in 2A, Bowman and Maylard.
One thing about Maylard, he is a pace pusher for Union LaPorte City.
You spoke of momentum, Shawn, and the momentum has turned in a couple of matches. Belinsky's kept the momentum the whole time in 1A, but in 3A and 2A, the momentum has shifted.
Tied at 4, third period, a little more than a minute to go. State championship on the line in 2A. Christensen a 1-point lead as they march to the third in 3A.
That's a nice long shot there by Maylard. He shot from out and then gathered himself, got to his feet.
Trying to finish, but ran out of time.
Ran out of space on the edge, so they go back into the center. Maylard tied at 4. His father, Bart, a 2-time Division III All-American for you, Coach.
Yeah, national champion, 2004. Yeah, he was very tough. Here we go, and now he's on edge, obviously, with his son out here. 4-4. In on a shot. 30 seconds left. And up top, Christensen going around for a takedown. He's close. There it is.
Christensen with his largest lead. Caden Belinsky makes it 2 for 2 for Don Bosco in 1A. Bowman and Mailer in a dogfight in 2A with just 4 seconds to go.
Yeah, it looks like we're going overtime in 2A.
Belinsky a dominant win in 1A.
And here's Belinsky finishing it off with the win. Like you said, 2 for 2 for Bosco. They're on a roll. They've been on a roll the whole tournament.
Overtime in the lower left-hand corner in 2A. High school rules, 1 minute on the clock. Sudden victory, first one to score wins. Bowman got his takedown in the first period. Mailer came back with 4 unanswered. Tied at 4.
And Jim, you mentioned in Bowman and Mailer, Coy's had his way so far this year, right? With Bowman.
Yeah, so far, but you never know. Like I said, state tournament, things change, things can change, and you just got to be better at this particular time.
Roberty trying to get back to his offense, and he seals up the 3 as they go out of bounds. So getting tight in 3A, down to a point.
Yeah, Roberty did a really nice job after that takedown we saw by Christensen. He got a reversal, then he gave up the escape, went back and got a takedown. He's the momentum has shifted back to him. He's down by 2 points with short time, less than 30 seconds.
And a stall call on Christensen. Now we got overtime tiebreakers. We're going 30 seconds. We'll see who can ride, if you can ride him out or not. This is big time on Matt and 2A.
Yeah, you will wrestle the entire 30 seconds. Starting down underneath. Bowman up to his feet, hits the roll.
Oh, Mailer catches him up, maybe on his back here. He's close.
Bowman able to safely get back to his base.
Looks like they gave 3 points near fall.
They did. They gave 3-point near fall to Mailer. 10-9. Carew Christensen. Walking Northwest.
They've got some great fans. The Wolves. There's 3 claps and a howl. Boom, boom, boom. Howl.
Young Brett Yankovic, the coach, got that first state champion.
All right, crunch time for North Polk's Charlie Bowman, down 3 as we begin the second tiebreaker. Arm chopped out into a stand-up, taking away the leg. Bowman tripped right back down to the mat, springs right back up. Hand fight continues. Mailer latching onto him. And he will take him out of bounds with just 13 seconds.
Good forward pressure by Mailer there.
There you see Coach Mailer and Max Thompson, a 4-time state champ for Union himself. UNI All-American. Big 13 seconds here. 13 seconds for a state title.
Has the arm pinned against the side, forward pressure. Charlie Bowman unable to get out, and Coy Maylard has done it for LaPorte City Union.
There's his mom here. Man, it is emotional. It's a family deal.
What a moment, father and son. When Coy started wrestling, the dad could not attend a lot of the meets because of his high school coaching duties. But he has followed in the gold footsteps of his dad and has thrived under his watchful eye. Father who has been in his corner every step of the way. Coy Maylard, your state champion for LaPorte City Union at 113 pounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand area at the north end of the arena. Presenting the Class 1A awards at 106 pounds is Coach Colby Yoder. In 8th place, Hunter Husing, of Missouri Valley. In 7th place, Jacob Lawson of Pocahontas area. In 6th place, Josh Nelson, Nottoway Valley. In 5th place, Hudson Cox of Southeast Warren, Melcher, Dallas. In 4th place, Caleb Gordon of Jessup. In 3rd place, Hunter Lester of West Bend Mallard. And your runner-up, Carson Webker of South Central Calhoun. And your 1A 106-pound champion from Don Bosco, Ty Martin.
Ty Martin, the young freshman for Don Bosco, he gets #1, his first trip to the big show, and he did
now
not
presenting the
disappoint.
Class 2A awards at 106 pounds is Coach Nate Hansen. In 8th place, Dave Van Horn of Atlantic. In 7th place, Edison Fullhart, Decorah. In 6th place, Luke Walsh, Sergeant Bluff, Luton. 5th place, Jackson McGonigal, Center Point, Urbana. 4th place, Tyler Gerhold, Alburnett. 3rd place, Ace Cochran, Glenwood. And your runner-up, Anderson Osgood, Solon. And your Class 2A 106-pound champion from Vinton Shellsburg, Jackson Parmenter.
Fourth meeting with Parmenter and Osgood, and Parmenter squares it up. The two now 2-2 against one another this season, but with the stakes the highest, it's a sophomore from Vinton Shellsburg that wins the title.
Is Coach Jake Egnich. In 8th place, Connor McGonigal, Iowa City Liberty. 7th place, Thayer Hegstrom, Cedar Rapids Kennedy. 6th place, Vincent Moore, Valley, West Des Moines. 5th place, Lucas Reeder, Pleasant Valley. 4th place, Abe Haysayer, Dubuque Hempstead. 3rd place, Knox Ayala, Fort Dodge. Your runner-up at 106 pounds, Cruz Gannon, Dowling Catholic. And your 106-pound champion at 106 pounds, Amir Newman Winfrey from Southeast Polk.
3 straight years for Southeast Polk at 106 pounds for the first time. Amir Newman Winfrey, the freshman, the top seed entering this week, defends that top seed. Young man that loves the physical nature of the sport, and he brought the physicality with him all 4 days of competition. He is a state champ for Southeast Polk. It's been a wild week in Des Moines weather-wise. We had snow move in on Thursday, and that hurt some of the attendance Thursday night. But, man, you look around this place, there is not an open seat. Jam-packed to the rafters, just talking about how special wrestling is in this state.
Well, we were in shorts when we came for the 3A on Wednesday.
That's right.
And people were packed in here, and then the next day, the snowstorm, and it didn't deter any of the fans, not in Iowa.
120 pounds. You see the competitors making their way out to their respective mats. Dylan Williamson was the only Van Meter representative down here this week, the sophomore for the Bulldogs. Simon Bettis, Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont. Powerhouse this year in this sport, Class 1A. Jensen Dyer, Martinsdale, St. Mary's. Hendrick Schwab looks for another state title, Don Bosco. And then in 3A, Kipton Lewis, Waverly Shellrock. Xander Mans of Council Bluffs, Lewis Central, the Titans with a couple of finalists tonight.
Yeah, and that 3A, you got the 4th seed and 7th seed. So, it was, you know, like I said, you never know what's going to happen at the state tournament, but we're going to see some good ones here. And the first Schwab and the 3rd Bosco state finalists here, trying to go 3 for 3, and he's already got a takedown.
That was a really nice high crotch. Then he cut across for a nice finish with a double. Hendrick Schwab in 1A to get the early lead.
Schwab won the title last year at 113 pounds. His big moment earlier this week was avenging 2 regular season losses to Jessup's Aiden Bergman. He beat Bergman 6-3. A lot of folks thought that very easily could have been for a state title. You never know how the seeding is going to break at this tournament, but a huge win for Schwab.
Yeah, and Bergman came back easy and got 3rd place and dominated. So, yeah, that probably could have very well be the biggest match of the tournament in that weight class.
All 6 of his points in that win came in the 3rd period.
Yeah, and it looked like he knew what he had to do, and he knew that he could do it. We're talking about Hendricks, and he just stepped in there in that 3rd period, went to work. Not just a great ride, but a turn that turned the tide for the Don Bosco athlete.
And here you got Kipton Lewis at Waverly Shellrock. Hendrick Schwab's uncle, Mike Schwab, is in the corner right there for Waverly Shellrock. So, you know, the Schwab family had a great history. Mike Schwab, Mark Schwab, obviously Doug. And you got Hendricks here. And in the next weight class, you're going to see Hayden Schwab for Don Bosco. And you got Allison Schwab somewhere on the floor taking pictures.
Yeah, I guarantee you she has a camera down there. She's one of the best at it. Scoreless in 2A and 3A. Kipton Lewis, Xander Mans, Waverly Shellrock, Lewis Central. Mans looking to be the first Titan state champ since 2012. This was a program. You go back, gentlemen, 2001 when they had 6 champions. Coach Massey and company, boy, they were just cranking out state champs year after year in Council Bluffs.
Yeah, and we're honoring them at the Glen Brand Hall of Fame, Dan Gable Museum this summer. That 2001 Lewis Central team with six titleists.
And Jim, of course, is the director of the National Wrestling Hall of Fame Dan Gable Museum, part of the National Wrestling Hall of Fame, and it's the 50th anniversary of the National Wrestling Hall of Fame. And so we're celebrating that anniversary this year, and there's going to be a big to-do down in Stillwater the first weekend of June, and it's something to come to. Look it up on the website and get up to Waterloo and look at Jim's place, because it's an incredible, the Dan Gable Museum is an incredible destination.
Yeah, the history inside that building and to see all the names. So impressive. Long, rich history of this sport here in the state of Iowa.
Well, in 2A and 3A, we're still scoreless. And Williamson and Bettis, there you got some history there too. Bettis, a runner-up last year, and state champ Williamson.
Kipton Lewis able to get the reversal, so he goes up 2-0 on Mans.
And Kipton Lewis, man, did he have a right out to get in the finals last night. So he is tough on top.
Yeah, you do not get out from underneath normally with Lewis on top. You talk about that right out last night in the semifinals, a 1-0 win over the top seed from Southeast Polk. And he talked about it. He put on maybe his best 2 minutes of riding of his career last night. He kept prying down the entire way. Here he nearly got in trouble, though, as Mans rolling through gets one swipe. Now
Kipton does.
Yeah, he got one, but not two, so it stays at 2-0. So a little danger there for Lewis that quickly turned into a possible near fall situation, and the action goes out of bounds.
Hendrick Schwab up 5-0. 20 seconds left in the second, and Williamson, so we got a score. Dylan Williamson up 1-0 over Bettis.
Dylan Williamson, one of those athletes who just thrives in the pressure of the moment. Talked about the atmosphere being in the finals last year when he won a state title at 106 for Van Meter. Does a ton of off-season conditioning, miles on the track, all the extra practices.
And of course, Bettis, Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont, the first of 3 finalists, and all 3 really need to win. And Decorah probably needs to lose their only finalists for Eddyville to win, but they have the opportunity. But you got to win the first one, and that's where Bettis steps in here right there. They're coached by Dimitri Boyer, a D3 All-American at Co. And kudos to Johnny Ostendorp, the head coach at Co., going into the Division III Hall of Fame. Longtime coach, over 25 years at Co College. And Clayton Rush, who we're going to see as the coach for Alburnett here and a couple of their finalists. He's also going into the Division III Hall of Fame, former Co 2-time NCAA champion.
Blood taking center stage in both 3A and 2A, so that's what has caused the delay there. Lewis able to ride out that second period, even though he was in a little bit of danger. A 2-0 lead for Waverly Shell Rock. Williamson behind the escape for Van Meter, the state champ, from 106 with a 1-0 lead over Simon Bettis. Bettis quickly spins away, and now he comes in. Really his first true deep shot of the match.
Crackdown situation there, trying to clear that left arm across the waist. Good body lock there by Williamson.
Hendrick Schwab, 54 seconds left, ahead 5-0, be their 3rd straight title for Don Bosco. One to one with Williamson and Bettis.
Pretty good cut for Lewis. That's what's causing the delay. Some blood on the mat, so they continue to clean. So we'll keep an eye on Schwab as he puts the finishing touches. Looking for another state title inside 30 seconds to go. 5-0 over Dyer, and a good one with Williamson and Bettis.
After a long tussle there in 2A, Williamson and Bettis both were wrestling through the positions. They kept changing, trying to get to an advantage, and finally the stalemate.
Well, you knew Mans was going to choose on the feet there. There was no way he was going underneath Lewis. Kipton Lewis comes in, firing in on that shot, trying to elevate and get Mans up into the air. You see the hip action by Mans, and they go out of bounds.
Good hips by Mans. You know, Mans was the 7th seed, but beat the 2nd and 3rd seed to get here.
Sophomore Hendrick Schwab has done it again for Don Bosco. Last year at 113, up a weight at 120 pounds, and another state title for the Schwab family. Number 2 for Hendricks.
I think they turned the lights out in Gilbertville. Maybe if they're in Gilbertville, they're watching, but a lot of them are here.
Yeah, they have brought the whole town to Des Moines tonight. They are having a good time.
What I love about the state finals being on PBS, Iowa PBS, is because that's what's happening in every small town around Iowa. You know, I like to say the farmers, finished their chores early. Everybody came in because if you don't have somebody in the finals, your neighboring town has one, and you want to follow. And so it's just so everybody can watch on Iowa PBS.
Overtime in Class 2A. Sudden victory, a minute. Offense has really been tough. Williamson and Bettis both still looking for their first offense of the match. Meanwhile, Lewis behind the reversal early, still carrying a 2-0 lead. Xander Mans working the under. Now Lewis changes levels, comes in on Mans.
Nice fireman carry by Lewis. Nothing else. The clock is ticking, but he's close to scoring. He doesn't want to get off the mat. He's just letting that clock tick down. There's 15 seconds. 15, now 12 to a state title.
Williamson still working on a sweep single, has the right leg of Bettis. Final few moments, and Waverly Shellrock with a champ. The 4 seed Kipton Lewis.
And Bettis able to fight out with that shin whizzer, which what looked like it was going to be a winning takedown by Williamson, but Bettis keeps EBF's opportunities and chances to win a team state title alive so far as they go to the tiebreakers.
Flip of the disc comes up, Bettis' color. He will choose down, so all eyes on Class 2A right now. Sit out by Bettis. Slowly working his way up. Trying to reach back for a switch. Now comes back the other direction. Williamson.
Nice job by Williamson. Great ride by Williamson. But good. Bettis in a short city. Just got to get some space in between himself.
And Dylan Williamson will ride him out.
Nice job.
For the 30 seconds. And it will be Williams' opportunity to get out from underneath.
We've seen in this so far how important top wrestling is. Trying to be able to hold somebody down for even a short period of time. Here we got 30-second goes. How many times in a practice do you go 30-second goes? Right. You know, this is what we're talking about.
First caution given to Bettis, trying to get a head start off the whistle. Again, they'll wrestle the full 30 seconds.
Good pressure by Bettis. Good job of Stanton getting to his feet. Bettis is going to, unless he moves up, he's going to get called for stalling. He does. It's the first one, so there's no point.
Yeah, in that situation, you take the stall call. You get another shot, and there's only 8 seconds left to ride.
Let's see what type of explosive move underneath Williamson goes to with just 8 seconds remaining. And looks like they might have spotted some blood, so this will give both wrestlers a chance to recharge their oxygen tanks for what should be a thrilling finish.
Yeah, Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont, they win the state duels. They're in the hunt for the trophy. They've got a lot of good things going there. Number of kids here, big time. Good crowd here following them.
Yeah, they had 11 qualifiers this week, coming off the state dual championship, defeating Decorah. Dylan Williamson getting his thoughts together. Stand up attempt. Bettis continues to have control. We're down to 2, down to 1. One last burst of energy, and he got away. They award one. Dylan Williamson with a second to go gets the escape. And for the second straight year, Van Meter and their sophomore celebrates a state title.
You know, you look at it and say, well, there's only 8 seconds, but 8 seconds is enough to win a state title right there. Explode and get going. Get out of there.
Of course, without the clock, we can't tell, but boom, that was certainly one, and it came right before the last second ticked off.
Oh, man, coach get fired up, too. Love it.
Chaz Finero.
Chaz Finero, he was a Wartburg guy. Oh, dude, congratulations.
Presenting the Class 1A awards at 113 pounds is assistant coach Brian Frost. In 8th place, Leighton Elmquist, Audubon. In 7th place, Carver Heinz, Jessup. In 6th place, Coulter Lentz, Earlham. In 5th place, Brady Burton, Westwood Sloan. In 4th place, Connor Morrow, Akron Westfield. In 3rd place, Jack Gogol, Lisbon. And your runner-up, Ian Mays, Waco Wayland. And your Class 1A 113-pound champion from Don Bosco, Caden Belinsky.
Caden Belinsky, now a 2-time state champion, bumping up to 113 pounds this year after winning the title at 106.
At 113 pounds is Coach Bart Maylard. In 8th place, Roman Dirksen, Wilton. In 7th place, Caleb Brown, West Liberty. In 6th place, Lucas Peters, West Delaware, Manchester. In 5th place, Cohen Dietzenbach, Burlington, Notre Dame. In 4th place, Riker DeWitt, Williamsburg. In 3rd place, Ethan Humphrey, West Branch. And your runner-up, Charlie Bowman, North Pope. And your 2A 113-pound champion from Union LaPorte City, Coy Maylert.
What a moment this is for Coy Maylert and the Maylert family. Father Bart putting the gold medal around the neck of son Coy. Coy as a wrestler coming up, watching some of the Union studs throughout the years. Braden Bonesack, Jace Hedeman win titles, and now it is Maylert that brings home a state championship.
Kyle Larson. In 8th place, Austin Fry, Valley, West Des Moines. In 7th place, Kylan Walsh, Linmar. In 6th place, Chase Miller, Cedar Falls. In 5th place, Drake Pelton, Waukee. In 4th place, Jack Wallachite, Dowling Catholic. In 3rd place, Kane Crossan, Indianola. Your runner-up, Diego Roberty, Iowa City West. And your Class 3A 113-pound champion from Waukee Northwest, Carew Christensen.
The face of a young program that is rapidly rising. Waukee Northwest, Carew Christensen, a 3-time medalist, and he delivers the first time into the finals. Christensen, your state champ at 113 pounds.
Quick Star gets it. Fresh coffee. To clean restrooms, every stop is designed to be quick, easy, and rewarding. Quick Star.
So wonderful to have you with us tonight from Des Moines. Shawn Kenney alongside a couple of Hall of Famers, Tim Johnson, Jim Miller, bringing you all the action from a packed Casey Center. Saturday night wrestling here in the capital city, and they have gathered from all parts of the state. Lewis Central from Council Bluffs in the house as they are hoping to win a state title. They came up short just a few moments ago. They'll have another crack at it with Weston Porter as we get ready for the introductions at 126 pounds. Southeast Polk, Lewis Central in 3A, Wilton and Glenwood in 2A. And in Class 1A, another Schwab ready to possibly join his brother for the second straight year as state champions. Hayden Schwab, Don Bosco, Max Millage of Earlham, moments away from taking to the arena floor.
Class 3A, Eddie Woodley, Southeast
Coach Miller, a few weights in the books. Your initial thoughts on what we've seen so far? A couple of tight matches.
Yeah, we've seen it all. We've seen a tech fall. We've seen some overtimes. And we've seen a lot of emotion. And when you got a chance to win a state title, I mean, hey, you win it, you come to state, you place in state, you win the state, it never goes away. You know, 10, 20, 30 years later, you're still a place winner. You're still a state champion. And it's just a defining moment in a life and pays off the work that you put in.
126 pounds, Class 1A, Don Bosco and Earlham. Max Millich, one of 2 finalists for the Cardinals. Schwab looking for another state title, one of the top-ranked wrestlers in all of the country. Class 2A, Mason Shirk, the top seed. Joseph Like of Glenwood. And then we stick with Southwest Iowa. Lewis Central's Weston Porter, the 3 seed. He will take on the top seed and sophomore from Southeast Polk, Eddie Woody.
So we've talked about the team race. We know Don Bosco's got that wrapped up in 1A and Southeast Polk in 3A, but that 2A is not wrapped up quite yet. But that loss by EBF there in the last match hurt their chances. And right now, Wilton's Shirk has to win this if they're going to get a trophy and take it home to Wilton.
Eddie Woody, top of the screen, the top seed from Southeast Polk, chasing his 2nd state title, but he has bumped up, not 1, not 2, but 3 weights higher this year for Woody.
Place winners at 120.
Won the title at 106 pounds a year ago. Undefeated in his career against Iowa high school competition. Has had his way this week with a couple of pins and a win by decision. His route to this state final.
Hayden Schwab, nice re-attack, scores a takedown, goes up 3-0.
Hayden will wrestle for his father, Doug, at UNI, one of 3 UNI commits in the finals in Class 1A, along with Moeller and Honold of Nottoway Valley. Schwab, the champ at 120, bumped up this year. Top 25 national recruit in the class of 27. He has had success not just here in the state, but when he leaves the state, the various tournaments throughout the country. And that's something that has really changed throughout the years. You get down to this tournament and you see wrestlers who have competed in 40 to 45
Here's
matches.
Schwab with the cradle.
Yeah, he has it tight too. Max Millich in some trouble, trying to kick out, but he won't get away. Hayden Schwab does it again. The fall in the 1st period.
Doug can go back to work and preparing for Wisconsin tomorrow now.
Yeah, yeah, Northern Iowa's got Wisconsin at home. Here's the cradle for Schwab. He gets it over with in the 1st period. And that's 4 for 4 for Don Bosco.
4 for 4, 3 left, and if they win all 3, no team has ever won 7 titles on Saturday night at the Iowa State Wrestling Tournament.
Eddie Woody up 3-0. Going in the 2nd period, and we're scoreless in 2A.
Mason Shirk from a great wrestling family. His favorite wrestler is his dad, Ben, who is state champion for Wilton. Good friend of mine, Steve Shirk. We wrestled at the same time. Grandpa Steve guided them all as the head coach there at Wilton.
You mentioned Mason's father, Ben. He won a couple of state titles, 1994, 1997 for Wilton. Went on to wrestle at Iowa, where he earned All-American honors. Woody gets the escape. He goes up 4-0 on Porter of Lewis Central. Like is out for Glenwood. Joseph Like, the freshman. This was a guy a lot of people were talking about over in Western Iowa, an under-the-radar type of competitor, as he just had a huge offseason, strong AAU and club circuit. He took out Slater Thomas, the 2 seed earlier, 10-7. Working off this front head position. And he will drive Shirk out of bounds. Back to the center we go. 54 seconds and a 1-0 lead for Joseph Like. One of 2 Glenwood Rams in the finals tonight. We'll see his teammate Mason Kohler a little bit later on.
Shirk, nice low single. Gets a nice takedown there with 40 seconds left, 2nd period.
As we've seen As we get inside 30 seconds to go, in these situations with Shirk and Like, the ability to ride them out if you can't get any turns for the final 20 seconds, and we've seen some last-second escapes, obviously. Really
Weston Porter in on a single. Nice goal behind it on a single, but can't quite finish on Woody on the edge.
Woody showing his athleticism there. Great balance defending.
Yeah, could not drag him back in where he had some more room to work.
And to your point, Shawn, Mason Shirk getting a takedown and then riding him out to the end of the period. Big.
So big when you get down here. Short time in Class 3A. Weston Porter down 4. Weston wants to be a state champ, just like his older brother Gable, who was a powerhouse here in Iowa for so many years. Quite a long look over at the corner to see how he wants to play it. And Lewis Central says, let's start underneath. So Porter goes down, trailing 4 in the third period. Meanwhile, a tight one with Shirk and Like.
And we got a reversal here.
Shirk gets that nice reversal.
Yeah, he does. It really opens it up. Now 5-1.
Shirk did a really nice job of keeping his hands in and keeping Like from getting what he wanted there, and was not able to allow him to get a tilt. Shirk came out, got the reversal. Now he had already spent a good minute on top in the second period with a great ride, and now he's opportunity to ride out for a state championship.
Had the left arm, had the tight waist, still squeezing, just burying Like underneath, not giving him any type of space to work. So a commanding ride, punishing ride by Mason Shirk. 43 seconds away from a state title. Porter on the board for the first time, trailing 4-1, approaching a minute to go. Tried to hit that slide by near the edge. Woody grounded on both knees, and they will go back into the center. This crowd wanting maybe a stall call there on Woody. A, he was grounded, and B, not really trying to get back into the center.
Woody just really hard to score on. Really good defense, but Porter, you got 45 seconds to go here. Gonna be a stall call here, I would think, if Woody doesn't get active.
Weston Porter down 3. This is the time of the match where you have your go-to. There's the stall. So now Porter will get the point, and a takedown could win it for Lewis Central with 20 seconds to go. Try to hit the big throw. Again, Woody goes down both knees, and time still ticking away. I think Porter thought the clock had stopped. Precious seconds weaning off the clock, and finally the two go out with just 5 seconds remaining. Mason Shirk is a state champion for Wilton. I'll tell you what, guys, Matt Wrestling won him that title, the reversal, and then the ability to ride.
Yep. Great job, and he rode Wilton right into third place. That's 4 points. They go into third place ahead of Alburnett, but Alburnett has 2 more finalists, and if either one of them wins, Alburnett will go back in front and get the trophy. So it's Alburnett's to win, but Wilton is currently in third place right now, 2 points ahead of Alburnett.
2 years, 2 state titles for Eddie Woody.
Pretty exciting.
Grew up in a military family. He and his family moved to Iowa a couple of summers ago before he started high school. His father stationed in Fort Dodge with the U.S. Army, and they traveled around. They've lived in Illinois, Wisconsin, Kansas, Ohio, and they have found a home at Southeast Polk.
Is Coach Chris Ortner. In 8th place, Mason Knapp, West Bend Mallard. In 7th place, Jesse Burton, Westwood Sloan. In 6th place, Joe Hackett, Columbus Catholic. In 5th place, Crosby Yoder, Logan Magnolia. In 4th place, Bo Hake, Louisa Muscatine. In third place, Aiden Bergman, Jessup. Your runner-up from Martinsdale St. Mary's, Jensen Dyer. And your 1A 120-pound champion from Don Bosco, Hendrik Schwab.
Hendrik Schwab, the sophomore. 2 years competing in Des Moines and 2 state championships.
Now presenting Class 2A awards at 120 pounds is assistant coach Trey Rutt. In 8th place, Troy McQuillan, Wilton. In 7th place, Mitchell Williams, Crestwood Cresco. In 6th place, Rowan Burnt, Burlington, Notre Dame. In 5th place, Uriah Corder, West Marshall. In 4th place, Levi Evans, Mount Pleasant. In 3rd place, Atlee DeWitt, Alburnett. And your runner-up, Simon Bettis, Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont. And your 2A 120-pound champion from Van Meter, Dylan Williamson.
Every second counts. 6 minutes wasn't enough. 7 minutes wasn't enough. 7:30 wasn't enough. It was at the 8th minute. 1 second to go, the escape.
And if you're going to only have one state qualifier, you might as well make it a state champion.
Times 2, because that's 2 straight for Dylan Williamson.
120 pounds is Coach Eric Whitcomb. In 8th place, Liam Fitzgibbon, Pleasant Valley. In 7th place, Landon Gottschalk, Dubuque Hempstead. In 6th place, Kent Montgomery in Newton. In 5th place, Chase Watkinson, Prairie Cedar Rapids. In 4th place, Benjamin Walsh, Ankeny. In 3rd place, Matthew Prime, Southeast Polk. Your runner-up, Xander Mans from Lewis Central. And your 3A 120-pound champion from Waverly Shell Rock, Kipton Lewis.
Big jump this year for the sophomore from Waverly Shell Rock after placing 8th a year ago. Talked with the local media this week. He's been dreaming about this moment for so many years. Put in the work this offseason. And it all pays off. He'll get one of the hats for Waverly Shell Rock. The title winner at 120 pounds. Hey fans, be sure to scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now or call the number to support Friends of Iowa PBS. Congress recently cut $3.5 million in federal funding. That's the largest one-time cut in our 55-year history, impacting 18% of the total budget. Despite this challenge, we remain committed to our mission. Thank you for supporting public media. 1-800 and make that phone call today or scan the QR code.
And now, here are your championship matchups at 132 pounds.
132 pounds, Jessup and Lawton Bronson will report in a moment. Class 1A with Cooper Hines and Riley Watts. Gage Spurgeon gets the call for Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont. Easton Inyart for Ballard. And then in 3A, Jake Knight, top seed. Caleb Arroyo, the 2 seed for Urbandale. A weight where the seeds actually held true to form in all 3 classes.
Yeah, all 3 classes, the 1 and 2. So we should have some fireworks here. The 2 best in each class. Jake Knight going for his 3rd title. His dad, 20 years at Bettendorf, was a 4-time state champ at Clinton himself. Dan Knight, be his last year. Be a good way for him to go out, I'm sure.
A lot of T-shirts walking around from Bettendorf. The back says, Dan Knight's last ride. Sure, he's looking forward to watching his son Jake wrestle in college.
Going to Illinois.
the Fighting Illini.
Class 2A was Spurgeon and Inyart. Those two were ready to go, but they had to pump on the brakes. They try to start all 3 matches simultaneously, so they will wait a few moments. Gage Spurgeon, Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont, 2024 state champion at 120. Missed the top spot last year, taking 4th. Like so many of these wrestlers, he will continue at the next level, a North Dakota State commit up there in Fargo. Underhook early in 3A from Jake Knight. Whizzer by Arroyo. Caleb Arroyo, Urbandale, 3-time medalist.
In 1A, Jim, you were talking about the rise of Jessup Wrestling. You know, they've got great youth club. Last year they were 6th in 1A, working their way up, and now the 2nd in 1A, first trophy since 1961.
Wow.
You know, that's just a great...
65 years.
Yep. Resurgence.
Trophy. Congratulations, Jessup, and the community and the schools. Got something to celebrate, bring it back home.
And I think you hit the nail on the button right there, Tim, when you brought up the youth programs. So many of these programs, if you're going to get things cranked up at the high school, it's the volunteer hours in these communities where you're getting these kids in the wrestling room throughout the course of the year, working on the fundamentals and the skill sets. And there are so many unsung heroes across Iowa. They might not be in the corners with these high school coaches, but they're getting these kids wrestling at a young age.
Couldn't agree more.
And I think, Shawn, you bring up a great point of why young wrestlers are better and better and better. I mean, they're going into college now more ready than they've ever been. It's because of the club and the training opportunities and the internet, because you can see the best wrestling anywhere, worldwide. Things that weren't there, you know, several years ago are there for these young men and women to take advantage of.
And it's talking about Jessup, Cooper Hines, 53-1. He's been 3rd, 5th, and 4th. And Riley Watts, the 2nd seed, was 5th last year. So you got 2 really quality guys here. One trying to win their first state championships in 1A. Knight on a mission up here.
Did a really nice job of working the head and then dropping in and driving, and took Arroyo to his back. Big move there out in front.
Jake Knight, man, every match he has, there's a lot of points. I mean, he goes out to score points, and sometimes his opponent scores points, but it's a wide open style.
Jake Knight won his first title as a freshman at 113 pounds in 2023. His 2nd title last year at 120. He was a runner-up, sandwiched between those 2 years, 24.
So there was a technical violation and 1 point given to Jake Knight for Arroyo.
Here's the early takedown on Knight. Nice like heel pick. Doesn't quite get it, but comes back in. Snags a leg, pulls him in, and works for the takedown right on the edge.
Spurgeon the escape in the 2nd period. The top seed with a 1-0 lead over Ballard's Easton Inyart. Riley Watts stretching his right toe as far as it could possibly go to keep in bounds, but Hines drags him off, still scoreless. Cooper Hines underneath trying to get out. It's pretty impressive when you look at this weight class here in Iowa. We talked about Knight. He's heading to Illinois. Hines is going to be wrestling for Michigan, so you have a couple of guys going the Big Ten route. Reshot there by Knight. Counter offense, has that leg, trying to elevate it.
Good job by Arroyo. I mean, his defense has been pretty good, but Knight just pretty relentless here. See if he can score on the edge here. Just trying to keep his foot in.
As long as that foot stays in, he can Trying to manage to get Arroyo down. Arroyo trying to turn and face. See him try to latch that inside leg with a possible trip, but they go out of bounds. Good defense there by the Urbandale junior.
Granby by Cooper Hines trying to get an escape or reversal here. Watts has been riding really tough and still is. Hines up to his feet. Nice mat return by Watts. Man, in this tournament, we've seen so many good riding and how big an advantage that is to keep somebody down. Can turn your match around.
Would you say in the transition to the next level, mat wrestling, the ability to ride, get out underneath, and hand fighting are the two biggest adjustments for these guys as they take the next step?
I would say you've hit it on there, because it used to be, hey, can you get out? I think the hand fighting is a really key issue there, because they don't have to hand fight. They don't have to get out. We'll see it tonight. A lot of guys don't even go under. They're going to let them up. But that's those two. I think your strength training when you go in from a training standpoint is something also that will go to the next level. So you got to be disciplined and ready to take your whole training to the next level.
Yeah, and I think you got to be well-rounded. You got to be able to get out. You got to be able to ride when you need to, and you got to be good on your feet. But you can't just leave one area out. Like here we go. Riley Watts did a great job. He's riding out Hines in this second period. 9 seconds left. I mean, you can get out in 9 seconds, but we'll see if it happens. Oh, nice job, and he's got a big advantage right now.
He dropped down to the single leg above the knee, drove through the hips, did a really nice job of following. Great execution.
We'll see what Cooper Hines does. Cooper can ride too. Here's a scramble here, trying to hit a somersault Granby kind of action, but Watts followed and got a mat return and got the right out.
It becomes a takedown match for a state title, possibly in 2A. Tied at 1, 35 seconds to go. Gage Spurgeon, the North Dakota State commit. Easton Inyart for Ballard, bumping up a couple of weights this year. Second straight year that he's reached the finals. Tied at 1. Oh, big throw. Jake Knight just continues to launch bombs, and I'm not sure Arroyo can get out of this. He will. Boy, he just keeps battling. Caleb Arroyo gets off his back.
That's going to be a tech
but fall. That will be the tech fall, and for the third time, Jake Knight on a Saturday night will be atop the podium for Bettendorf, a three-time state champion.
This is a great battle in 2A. Spurgeon and Enyart 1-1 overtime. Here's Knight's throw. Boom.
And that catapults Bettendorf into second place.
Oh,
just
wow.
like that.
That's big.
First of 4 Bettendorf wrestlers. And now they're in second place with Dowling in third, Indianola in fourth.
Inyart in a possible scoring situation in overtime. Look at the flexibility, though, by Spurgeon into the waterfall position, up and over the top. That was the deepest penetration we have seen from Easton Inyart. 30 seconds in overtime. Will we go to tiebreakers in 2A? Meanwhile, a defensive battle. Watts and Hines.
I think we got a stall call to tie it up 1-1.
Second time they've tagged Hines, or Watts, excuse me. Second time they've tagged Watts, so they're tied at 1 there.
Oh, wow. We got a couple barn burners here, and it's 1-1 on each mat.
1 minute does not decide it, so we go to tiebreakers. Here's Cooper Hines. He's in on that left leg. Treetop, trip, and 3. Hines for Jessup grabs the lead late.
Man, that's
keep that leg.
That's what you call execute when you're tired. You know they're tired, and he got in there, pulled the trigger fast, hit that double leg lift, and put him down.
6 seconds left. 4-1 to win a title.
They start neutral in the tiebreaker, and we've been in this waterfall a couple of times late. Spurgeon with a 2-1 lead coming around the corner. And you're trying to brace and get back to his base. Short time, under 10 seconds.
I think Enyard saved himself, kind of dove under, got a leg, saved himself for giving up that score.
Cooper Hines dials up some late offense. And for the first time, reaching the finals, he is a state champion.
That was a great match between Riley Watts and Cooper Hines, man. Couple big scrap there.
This is a year Jessup will remember for a long time. In the team race in 1A, looking for their first trophy in 65 years, and now they have a champion in Cooper Hines.
You know, it's always better when you get a champ. You can win the title, but it's always better to have at least one champ among the if you bring home a trophy, which Jessup's doing. So pretty cool.
All eyes now in our final championship match at 132.
Short time, he's looking, he's getting
back points. Holy cow.
And EBF stays alive for a title. Barely, but they're still in it mathematically.
That was a gutty match, and Gabe Sturgeon pulls it out. Good for them. Good for Eddyville, Blakesfield, Fremont, getting them a champ.
Back on top after a brief derailment last year. Still made the podium, but not on top. And Gage Spurgeon really set the tone early this year in October, the night of conflict. He said, this is my weight. I'm going to get back on top of it. And that's exactly what he did.
The Class 1A awards at 126 pounds is assistant coach Gable Fox. In 8th place, Tatum Honda Cascade. In 7th place, Walker Riggin, Loisa Muscatine. In 6th place, Cade Happel, Lisbon.
I was just looking at the standings again, and because that was a regular decision, I correct myself. Decorah, it looks has won the 2A race because they are 6.5 points ahead of EBF with one EBF finalist left, and the most they can get is 6 points.
Wow. Congratulations to Decorah.
Congratulations.
I don't know if have they won the title. I'd like to hear how last time Decorah, if ever, has won the state championship. Congratulations to that team and coaching staff.
One of the top wrestlers in the country, Hayden Schwab, adds another state title. He wasn't out there long. Early fall for Schwab, and Don Bosco continues to hit home runs tonight. They stay perfect.
In 8th place, Judah Gurwell, Winterset. In 7th place, John Gonzalez, West Marshall. In 6th place, Jace Curry, Sergeant Bluff Luton. In 5th place, Slater Thomas, Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont. In 4th place, Adrian Petzenpon, Clarion, Goldfield Owls. In 3rd place, Adam Carey, Independence. Your runner-up, Joseph Like, Glenwood. And your 2A 126-pound champion from Wilton, Mason Shirk.
Wrestling greatness runs in the Shirk family, following the footsteps of his grandfather Steve, his father Ben. Now it's Mason's turn to shine. Your 2A state champ from Wilton.
3A awards at 126 pounds is assistant coach Sam Callan. In 8th place, Josh Bergkamp, Dowling Catholic. In 7th place, Kane Keller, Waverly Shell Rock. In 6th place, Kobe Pfizer, Bondurant Farrar. In 5th place, Joey Cahill, Waukee Northwest. In 4th place, Cale Vandermark, Ankeny Centennial. In 3rd place, Alexander Pierce, Iowa City West. Your runner-up, Weston Porter, Lewis Central. And your Class 3A 126-pound champion from Southeast Polk, Eddie Woodley.
You talk to everybody around the Southeast Polk wrestling room and even outside the wrestling community, everybody loves this kid. The sophomore, contagious smile. He's fit in seamlessly with this program, and he has successfully chased down his 2nd state championship in as many years. Don't forget, fans, stay connected with Iowa PBS Sports. No matter where you're watching from, you can join the conversation. You can follow us on Facebook and X and use hashtag Iowa PBS Sports to enjoy wrestling with other fans. So much to talk about so far. A lot of different storylines, multiple state champs. We've had a 3-timer tonight. Schwab brothers taking care of business. The team race has been settled in all 3 classes as well. And maybe the 2 biggest storylines still out there. Will we have the 33rd and 34th 4-time state champs tonight?
That's right. Blake Fox from Osage going for 4, and Drayshawn Ross from Fort Dodge. And 2 of the cities that just love wrestling. You're talking about Osage, Iowa, and Fort Dodge, Iowa. Man, both have such great history in this sport.
1:38, our next stop tonight. Riverside, Louisa Muscatine, Drew Anderson, Hayden Riggin, Gavin Landers, and Carter Syfamel for New Hampton, Turkey Valley. That's the 2A showdown, the 1 and the 2 seeds. And we see that at 3A with Cody Trevino, the senior from Bettendorf, and Nico DeSalvo, the junior from Southeast Polk, a 3-time finalist, 2-time state champ, looking for his 3rd title. You always love the underdog. That's what makes the month of February and the state championships, not just here in Iowa, but across the country, so special. And the Cinderella story might be in the lower right-hand corner, and Hayden Riggin, the 6th seed for Louisa Muscatine, the Falcons, his first trip to state. And he has just been dynamite on top. He even was so honest in the interview that he did yesterday with some of the local media. He said he never envisioned getting past the semifinal round. He says, I'm the most simple guy there is. Stick to the basics, single legs and half Nelsons. He's in some early trouble here, though. Drew Anderson, the junior, fires the opening 3.
Well, I was one that didn't think he was going to get past the semis last night because he was down 5-0 in the 3rd period, got on top, and got a pin. And over Braden Sheffers from Interstate 35. And here he is in the finals, and he's one of these guys who's got a tank on his back, and you just never want to count him out. But you mentioned the basics. Well, you know as well as anyone, Shawn, who's done so many broadcasts worldwide, that it's the basics that win Olympic and world titles.
Drew Anderson not allowing him to get to his basics right now. It has been a takedown clinic in the opening minute. 3 takedowns for the junior for Oakland Riverside. Blood in the water there. He's cutting, he's releasing, and he is shooting right back in on Riggin.
Yeah, he doesn't want Riggin to get on top.
Right, no, and that's the way to not allow him. You know, you take him down, and now looking for back points.
And he is going to get the swipes. Riggin able to roll through initially, but Anderson not bailing him out, and there's the fall. Drew Anderson last year, after he lost in the state championship at 132, he immediately went to his phone. Every morning he wakes up to the words 2026 state champ.
Wow.
As a reminder.
Yeah, that's powerful. What you write down and what you visualize, that's powerful.
Upper weight back in the finals, but it's a different outcome this year for Anderson.
Look at that, teammates. I love it. You know, they've got the same hair, And they got the same passion.
Here's a replay of the pin. Just takes care of business, like you said. First period, it's over.
Part of a strong Oakland Riverside team this year that won the district championship. Anderson in his junior year. Slipper does not fit him. Anderson takes down Riggin in a first period fall, and 1A is in the books. So now we turn to 2A and 3A. Scoreless with Trevino and DeSalvo as they start the second period. It will be DeSalvo underneath, and he is away. 10 seconds in, DeSalvo the escape. We're scoreless, short time in the first period with Landers and Scythamel. And that changes late. Boy, these attacks right before the end of the period. Unanswered points.
Gavin Landers, he's going for his third. He is a smooth action athlete, and just, you know, doesn't look like he's might be the flashiest, but man, he scores, he puts up points, and he wins.
He's going to fit in well with Doug Schwab at UNI. His style. Top 40 recruit nationally in the class of 27. One of 2 Denver wrestlers in the finals. 3-time Fargo All-American, a U17 freestyle All-American. And he is one of those wrestlers growing up. Just loved to watch Jordan Burroughs compete and do his thing like so many of these young athletes.
We got class 3, high-level athletes. I mean, we got Vino going to Davidson University and DeSalvo going to Arizona State. So you got some high-level kids going, and we got a battle here on Class 3A, 1-0 DeSalvo right now.
And I know why DeSalvo is going to Arizona State, because he's a three handicap golfer. And so he loves golf and he loves to play year round. So that's going to fit in really good with his plan.
3 handicap. That's about what use our TJ.
Put a 0 by that, and you know, I'll play handicaps all day long. But there's a big difference between 30 and 3.
It's really been an interesting path for Nick DeSalvo. He was actually born in New Orleans and just wanted a little bit more challenging environment than what the state of Louisiana was providing. So he found a training opportunity right in middle school. He landed at the M2 Training Center, and if you're familiar with that, that was the center in Central PA, run by I should say run by David Taylor, now the Oklahoma State coach, but that was his gig before he took the job in Stillwater. And they would commute. They would have 4 sets of parents that would commute from New Orleans to Central PA, and they would just rotate on watching the kids that were training with David Taylor. They did that for about 1.5 years, and then right before high school, that's when DeSalvo and the family made the move to Iowa. Some of the commitment, and oftentimes you see these athletes, tears of gratitude when this thing is done, just because of the sacrifices that family members and friends make for them to perform at this level.
So well said, Shawn.
Gavin Landers had a nice like outside carry takedown to stretch his lead to 7-0. He's just like smothering on top. It's so hard to even get to his base.
Swallows up the waist. Left arm around the left side of the body there of Scythamel.
Yeah, DeSalvo and his father came into the Dan Gable Museum when they were searching, or visiting Iowa, and said they're not sure where they're going to end up, but they ended up at a good spot, and it's been good for him, for Nico, and looks like it's paid off.
Yeah, his father, Darren, they were a jiu-jitsu family. Darren had a jiu-jitsu gym when Nico was very young, so he was first introduced to combat sports via the arts of jiu-jitsu. All right, leg up into the air here. DeSalvo in the third period, tied at 1. Trevino trying to time that jump. Oh, there's the reach of that trip, and he captures the leg.
Wow.
Covers
gets
both.
the 3.
Yeah, nice job of covering both legs.
8-3 now on Class 2A.
A little bit of life late from Carter Scythamel, New Hampton, Turkey Valley. Excellent catcher All conference, all district player on the Summer Diamonds. Needs to come from behind though in this third period. Down 5. Quick escape by Trevino. He needs a 3 to win it. Short time, 10 seconds, and we'll get one more restart in the center. 9 seconds to go. Nico DeSalvo, the 2 seed, a 4-2 lead. Trevino breathing fire, and they again tangle themselves out of bounds.
You can't relax here. I know there's only 4 seconds, but you got to be smart. He's backing out. Could take a stalk off. He needs it.
And Nico DeSalvo has done it. Another 3-timer. Southeast Polks. Nico DeSalvo. A title last year at 113, a title a couple of years ago at 106, and then the big jump up to 138. But it's the same outcome. Number 3 for the junior.
Man, that Carter Kajamo, he jumped over and tried to I thought he might have a takedown, but they didn't give it to him. But here's the final DeSalvo takedown to win it, or to go ahead and kind of put the match away.
Finishing touches here for Gavin Landers, and just like DeSalvo, he has won his 3rd state title. Gets 2 late points for Denver, and the Cyclones celebrate 11-3, a major decision win. And Gavin Landers now a 3-timer. These UNI commits performing tonight.
Yes, they are. He's a good one. He's a good one. So,
speaking of good ones, that 3A team race, of course, Southeast Polk, they've won their 3rd straight, but Bettendorf, Dowling, and Indianola all tight within a couple of points. Each of them have 2. No, Dowling has 1 finalist left, Indianola has 2, and Bettendorf has 2 finalists left.
7th place, Blake Irvine, Don Bosco. 6th place, Tide Strode, Nottoway Valley. In 5th place, Sam Egan, Sumner, Fredericksburg. In 4th place, Ryan Bonson, West Lyon. In 3rd place, Braylon Peters, Westwood Sloan. Your runner-up, Riley Watts, Lawton Bronson. And your champion at 132 pounds in Class 1A, from Jessup, Cooper Heights.
Young man who has been so close throughout the years, and in his final go around, the senior figures out the magic formula, and he captures his 1st state title into the finals for the first time.
At 132 pounds is Coach Dimitri Boyer. In 8th place, Eli Edford, Central Duet. In 7th place, Braxton Haas, Atlantic. In 6th place, Colt Boyles, Burlington, Notre Dame. In 5th place, Lyndon Petzenpom, Clarion, Goldfield Dow's. In 4th place, Basin Avila, Decorah. In 3rd place, Carter Schmass, Westwood Cresco. Your runner-up, Easton Enyart from Ballard. And your 2A 132-pound champion from Eddyville, Blakesford, Fremont, Gage Spurgeon.
Spurgeon now a 2-time champion, North Dakota State commit. They're getting a good one up north. Hard-fought win over Easton Enyart of Ballard.
Now presenting the Class 3A awards at 132 pounds is Coach Dan Knight. In 8th place, Zaire Washpun, Iowa City, City High. 7th place, Ike Bierman, Johnston. In 6th place, Avery Van Zelderen, Dallas Center Grimes. In 5th place, A.J. Braddock, Boone. In 4th place, Elijah Hyatt, Dubuque Hempstead. In 3rd place, Nash Hansen, Southeast Polk. Your runner-up, Caleb Arroyo, Urbandale. And your Class 3A 132-pound champion from Bettendorf, Jake Knight.
Well, gentlemen, Hollywood could not have scripted a better ending for Dan Knight, as he will put the gold medal around Jake Knight. Dan's final year in the corner for Bettendorf, 2 decades of excellence. Jake Knight, a 3-time state champion. Relive all the excitement. Share these moments with your family, friends, and neighbors. Visit iowapbs.org for archives of high school sports championships anytime. Alongside Jim Miller, Tim Johnson, Shawn Kenney with you, our fantastic Iowa PBS crew, bringing you all the action, the sights, and the sounds inside a jam-packed Casey Center in Des Moines as we get ready for 144 pounds. Class 1A, it will be Dawson Youngblood, the junior from Don Bosco, the future Iowa Hawkeye, taking on Blake Rousen, the 6th seed from Pleasantville. 2A, a good one with 1 versus 3. Landon Davis, Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont. Owen Hendrickson of All Burnett coming off a 4-2 semifinal win against the 2 seed Brady Patterson. And then it's Southeast Polk and Marshalltown in Class 3A.
Owen Hendrickson, All Burnett.
Will Oberbroekling, senior from Southeast Polk, Nicholas Wise, Marshalltown, those 2 getting ready to start. Top screen, lower left-hand corner, 2A, Landon Davis, Owen Hendrickson, Dawson Youngblood, Blake Rousen, Pleasantville, and Don Bosco. And Youngblood wastes no time. He will get to the 3 early, and a quick takedown from a young man who has simply destroyed the field this week. He has won by tech fall, and then a first period fall.
And he's got a cradle hooked up. Yeah, Dawson Youngblood, he is fun to watch.
It's a nice job by Rousen of working out of that cradle, not staying in that locked position, not putting his arm draped over the back. Really good execution there of staying out of what could have been really, really tough.
Landon Davis from Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont with a takedown. Hendrickson from Al Burnett. And Al Burnett got 2, and that's a big match for them as well.
It is. If Al Burnett, they need to win one of their 2 finalists to go back ahead of Wilton. Seems like they're always fighting it out. Last year it was in 1A. They were fighting it out, and Al Burnett finished 1 spot ahead of Wilton. This year they're both up to 2A. And they are fighting it out for the 3rd place trophy in 2A.
And they find out, hey, both of them can move up a class, and they're still fighting for trophies. Good for them, you know. And they do have a great rivalry. And, yeah, Al Burnett obviously needs to win one of the final matches. Right now they're in trouble on, at least in the first period, 6-1. Youngblood on the attack as usual. Now a near cradle. Oh, he's looking for a fall here. Hayden Swab got one in the first period. You know he wants to get one in the first period.
Second time that Rousen's been able to fight off his back, but more damage imposed by Youngblood. He'll pick up 3 near fall. He goes up 6-0. 20 seconds to go in the first period. Landon Davis, a couple of first period takedowns. He adds a 3rd, and he leads 9-2. Meanwhile, scoreless in Class 3A. Quick moving match as they get ready to start the second period.
Dawson Youngblood, an Iowa commit.
He committed this past October to Tom Brands. Obviously, anytime you're going to wrestle for one of these storied programs in the country, that brings a certain amount of attention, but that is something that Dawson thrives on. Loves the pressure, loves having all the eyeballs on him. And you see his style. He's a hard hand fight. He creates a lot of pressure with his hand fight, which opens up attacks, which is the Iowa style that Brands and Hawkeye fans love. Double-digit points here, up 13.
And that love for the lights, when the lights come on, Shawn, that's the difference. That's it. That's what separates the elite. They really do. They can't wait to go out there, win or lose, just for the opportunity to compete at the highest level.
And we got our first points in 3A. Oberbrockling gets a kind of a 2-count near fall.
138 and 144.
And here Youngblood's going to put it away here, either a fall or a tech fall. It's going to be over. Second period. His third title.
Another 3-time champion and his third tech fall.
And the fifth in the row.
Matches. Yes.
For Bosco. And if you see it, you'll see Chris Ortner here. Chris Ortner, the head coach right there. That's the 5th finalist for Bosco. And that's the first time he's been on the bench. He hasn't given an award. His assistants, he gives them all the credit. Dude, that guy can coach. He won a state title at Columbus. He was on national titles at Wartburg, a part of many. And now 5 titles at, I think it was 5.
He's got 6 with that Columbus, and that's what leadership looks like.
Yeah, it does.
You know?
Just a great coach.
Why his name is Chris Ortner's name is going to bypass Tom Ketman from Don Bosco, Rick Caldwell from Waverly Shellrock, and Al Baxter from Lisbon. He was tied with them for 5. He joins Bob Kenney from Emmitsburg at 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tied for 5th. All time with most state titles.
Man.
Coach with the most state titles.
Congratulations to Don Bosco and Coach Ortner. And, well, you got 2 to go. They got 5.
Not done.
Yeah.
And they're trying to set another record because they're trying to get 7 state champions, and no one has ever done that. Lewis Central in 2001, as we mentioned, had 6. 5 for Don Bosco with 2 finalists left.
Landon Davis dominating here in Class 2A. Really has just been on the hunt the whole time. Now 15-2.
Nicholas Wise, this is his wheelhouse. He is one of the more dangerous wrestlers on top. He'll stick in that thigh pry, a little claw ride action, working on top. Will Oberbrockling. Wise is a pinner. Started the year with just fireworks. First 14 matches, 13 were decided by way of fall. Wrestling family, his sister Olivia wrestles, part of the growing girls movement in this sport. There's a state champion from Eddyville, Blacksburg, Fremont, Landon Davis. Finishing touches and a tech fall.
What a great tournament.
State runner-up a year ago at 138. He bumps up to 44, and for the second time in this weight, it's a tech fall. Clear separation, 1 versus 2. Landon Davis. You knew this was going to be tough for Oberbrockling underneath. Still leads 2-1. Hard ride by Nicholas Watts. Weiss still has his left toe in bounds.
That's a savvy move right there.
See him dragging? Yeah.
Keeping your foot in. The clock is ticking.
Always loving a college match when a wrestler is riding and they're on the lower half of the body. They'll see the official counting. They'll keep that toe in until he gets to 4.5, and then, okay, we'll go out of bounds.
Now he's going to have to cut him, and he is going to cut him. That was his he loves being on top, but now he's forced to, hey, I got to get a takedown here, 25 seconds.
Circling around, trying to find the right angle.
And that's what he's trying to do, but not able to get around the corner on Oberbrecht.
Snap, we're down to 5. Southeast Polk, get ready to celebrate. You have yet another state champion, and this is one you're going to see the fans really get behind. One of the senior leaders on a fairly young team. They love this kid, and for the first time, he is a state champ. So close in the past, a runner-up last year. He took 6th the year before. Calm, cool, collect, and poise, and for the first time, a flex of his muscle, and yes, the Rams are in the house. Coach, what's that moment like, what we're watching right there?
Well, it's relief and joy at the same time. And, you know, it's great for Southeast Polk and Bosco at this point because you know you wrapped up the title, but it's nothing like having one of your athletes win the championship.
In 8th place, Riker van der Hubel, Sigurd Kyoto. In 7th place, Trace Hoosman, St. Ansgar. In 6th place, Jax Thomason, Starmont. In 5th place, Max Pollock, Wayne Corydon. In 4th place, Gavin Wigg, Woodbury Central. In 3rd place, Braden Skeffers, Interstate 35. Your runner-up, Hayden Riggin, Loisa Muscatine. And your 1A, Class 1A 138-pound champion from Riverside, Oakland, Drew Anderson.
Okay, I mean, we're going to just...
There was no doubt about it this year for Drew Anderson. He talked about the difference from last year to this season. His nerves were really high a year ago, and he's really thankful for coming up short. That was his motivation during the offseason in Oakland Riverside, and Drew Anderson delivers.
Civarelli. In 8th place, Caden Kirkpatrick, Eddyville Blanchard Fremont. In 7th place, Caden Latch, Roland Story. In 6th place, Will Larson, Decorah. In 5th place, Caden Jones, Union, LaPorte City. In 4th place, Caden Griner, Washington. In 3rd place, Liam Adelfinger, Wilton. Your runner-up, Carter Scythamo, NHTV. And your 2A 138-pound champion from Denver, Gavin Landers.
It was an all-Northeast final in Class 2A, and in the end, it is Denver and the Cyclone junior, Gavin Landers. The top seed will represent UNI in a couple of years. He is a 3-time state champ.
Jake Egnich. In 8th place, Cash Kiner, Valley, West Des Moines. In 7th place, Aiden Romans, Cedar Rapids, Kennedy. In 6th place, Owen Dufek, Lewis Central. In 5th place, Tegan Ray, Linmar. In 4th place, Jaron Gilgee, Bondurant Farrar. In 3rd place, Kyler Simons, Dowling Catholic. Your runner-up, Cody Trevino, Bettendorf. And your Class 3A 138-pound champion from Southeast Polk, Nico DeSalvo.
A pair of 3-time champs at 138 pounds. Nico DeSalvo wins his 3rd title. A tight-knit Southeast Polk team. He says it's the tightest group he's been around, and they have delivered tonight with the spotlight the brightest. We will be coming right back up to the podium in just a little bit. The 144-pound awards to be recognized, and then we will hit our intermission as we hit the halfway point. 14 weights here in the state of Iowa, and we have settled through the first tier of them. We will pick up action on the other side at 150 when competition continues. So many different individual storylines that we have been following. The team race, at least the top teams, that has been settled. The battle for second and third continues, and plus, don't forget the big individual storyline, a pair of wrestlers looking to become four-timers in Iowa. Rare air here for this great state with a long, rich history of this sport. It is a palette of colors when you look around the Casey Center. Each community, each school with their colors, everybody assigned to a specific section. Just like you see the palette of colors on the podium as we go right back to our PA and the awards ceremony at 144 pounds. Look at this weight class. 6 different schools represented with Don Bosco of Pleasantville in 1A, Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont, Alburnett in 2A, and then Marshalltown and Southeast Polk. It went down to the wire for the 3A title. And the theme tonight, 1A it's been Don Bosco, and in 3A it's been Southeast Polk. Two teams coming in heavy favorites, and they certainly have not disappointed. Don Bosco and head coach Chris Ortner in a few moments. Southeast Polk will be presented with a gold as well, as we now listen in at 144.
2A and 3A, 144 award stand, please.
Iowa PBS covered boys state wrestling for decades, until 2002. We finally have brought it back home going forward, and our vault of old school championship match videos is always available online at iowapbs.org or on the YouTube channel. You saw Kevin Dresser, you saw Tom Brands, there's Doug Schwab, the high school versions of those three coaches here in our fantastic state back in their high school days, state champions, as we covered it right here on Iowa PBS. All smiles tonight. The hotels were hopping around Des Moines, all parts of the state gathering for this special Saturday night. It truly is one of the unique state tournaments in all the United States. I mean, when I travel to other states for broadcast talking about wrestling, everybody brings up the Iowa State Championship. So many people from outside the state, the diehard wrestling fans, make it a part of the bucket list to witness what you're watching and enjoying back home, because it truly is something. You see this massive arena, not an open seat when the action is happening, the enthusiasm, the passion, and then so many future collegiate stars. Fans get an opportunity for our seniors one final time to watch them as they represent their communities and the beauty of wrestling, whether it's the smallest town all the way up to the big metropolitan areas. Everybody gets an opportunity in the state. Iowa broken into the 3-class system as far as the small school, the mid schools, and then the large school division. They come from all over. Logan Magnolia, the Panthers from Southwest Iowa, they've always had a good product throughout the years. And then it's one big party when we're all done here tonight. If you go down to Court Street or any of the neighboring locales, it is all wrestling and the stories that are told throughout the wee hours of the night. We're going to take a break. We have hit the intermission. Fans both young and old alike enjoying this one. The action has been fast. State champions have been crowned. Will there be a couple of four-timers? Still more drama to unfold as our coverage continues of the Iowa High School State Wrestling Championships from the Casey Center in Des Moines, right here on Iowa PBS.
Many of these high school athletes have trained their entire lives for this moment. One mistake or misstep is all it takes to eliminate a young man's chance for glory.
Our high school coverage was something that we looked forward to every year, sometimes with a bit of trepidation because it was a lot to coordinate. I like to say it was organized chaos. We had 3 mats going on. Our broadcaster, Doug Brown, used to call it a 3-ring circus.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Doug Brown, along with Chuck Patton. For 18 years, the coach at the University of Northern Iowa, where his teams won 2 Division II championships at the national level.
We're statewide, 50-mile radius into the surrounding states. Annually, that meet was sold out. You couldn't get a ticket. For years and years, it was the highest watched local programming on public television. We did high school wrestling for 31 years. I was involved in 28 of them, but 31 years. We feel like we built that audience.
Pair of twins. They're from Sheldon, Terry and Tom Brands. Terry at 98 and Tom at 105, each seeking tonight to become state champions. Both those boys going against a pair.
It was all hands on deck sort of thing. We had people from all over the network, not just the production folks, all coming together to make that 3-ring circus tick. And it was something we were all really proud of, and me particularly. I really enjoyed and proud of doing that particular event. I'm really happy that it's back.
That was retired Iowa PBS sports producer Doug Brooker reflecting on the 31-year history of Iowa PBS and boys state wrestling. And as Doug said, it's back. We hope you're enjoying our coverage of the boys state wrestling finals, available statewide on Iowa PBS, free of charge and free of commercials. It's also available worldwide on the Iowa PBS YouTube channel. We're at intermission. From first whistles to final hand raises, this is how so many of us learn to love wrestling, by watching it on Iowa PBS. If this coverage brings back memories for you, the crackle of a gymnasium, the roar after a pin, the feeling of gathering around the TV on tournament weekend, we invite you to support it with a financial pledge. Just call 800-779-7000 or scan the QR code on your screen to make your donation. And when you do, we have a special way to say thank you to wrestling fans. This Raised on Wrestling t-shirt, for a pledge of $30, it's yours. On the back, it proudly reads Iowa PBS. When you wear it, you're telling people you helped bring high school wrestling championships back to Iowa PBS, where so many of us first fell in love with the sport. And it will serve as a reminder of what public television does best: preserve the moments that matter. Your support also helps ensure the continuation of our college wrestling coverage on Iowa PBS, which returned last season. We've had a great time bringing you matches featuring Iowa State men, Iowa women, Grandview University, and more. Your generosity helps make all of that possible. And let's be honest, if you were raised on wrestling or Iowa PBS, this is one of those shirts that you'll want in your collection. A badge of wrestling pride.
Here's our college wrestling announcers, Tim Johnson and Coach Jim Miller, modeling for us.
This is more than a broadcast. It's a tradition Iowa families trusted for generations and can now again for generations to come. Now, it's time to welcome someone who has been part of Iowa PBS's wrestling coverage from both sides of the microphone. First, as the head wrestling coach at the University of Iowa, where he won 15 NCAA titles and 21 Big Ten championships. Later, he was an announcer for our college wrestling series, someone who truly needs no introduction. Coach Dan Gable joins us now. Coach, thank you so very much for being here. Glad to have you here.
Hey, I appreciate what you just said, but you got to remember I was a Cyclone too, and I did pretty well there. Even though I'm a Hawkeye as a coach, and I was there a lot longer. But when I went to school, I won a lot of championships for the Cyclones.
And we left off Olympian. You know, you did that little thing too. Represented our country.
I won the gold too. If you remember.
That was kind of a big deal. I've seen those pictures of you. So now that we're bringing the boys' state wrestling championships back to Iowa PBS, what do you think of that?
People loved to watch this. This is amazing what it has done for wrestling.
I remember watching it as a kid. It was important. It was must-see TV, and it's back.
Everybody likes to be on television, you know. So, it's a draw, and I love that, and it needs to happen.
To see the Grand March on the grand stage, prime time statewide, that's all 99 counties in for free.
It's pretty fabulous.
Our college wrestling series lasted 36 years, and we rebooted it just last year. We've covered D1, D2, D3, NAIA, also the junior college circuit. Now, one of the fastest growing parts of the sport is women's wrestling. So what's it mean to the sport of wrestling that Iowa PBS is providing this stage for wrestlers at all the levels?
It took us so darn long to figure out that women could wrestle. It's a tough sport, but they're tough people too.
Well, I think of the coaches of the parents of these wrestlers. They used to be wrestlers themselves, the guys. They didn't have a son. They now have a daughter who can enjoy and compete at all levels.
I had 4 daughters, and then they had daughters, and so I've been watching their daughters. So it's pretty cool.
After you retired from coaching, you were on the Iowa PBS broadcasting team. What are some of your favorite broadcasting memories?
I think it's the big matches, especially when somebody was number 1, somebody was number 2, somebody was number 1, somebody was number 3, or working their way up. I can't really tell you one time that I didn't really appreciate watching college wrestling on television. I'm so happy to have it back.
For the people who are watching at home, there's an opportunity to have something pretty cool, and you've been hiding it this whole time in our discussion. What's underneath your coat?
I think, do I need to take it off or not?
You do. Go ahead. We need to see this shirt.
Well, do you really want me to take the shirt off?
I think we should leave we'll just stick at the coat for now, Coach.
Because if I do, I'm ready to kick some butt right here. And you're the closest guy, so.
I know. If I could last 3 seconds, I would consider that awesome.
Yeah, it only takes 1 second to pin you. It might take 2 seconds to get you down.
That's what I think I can hold out. No. Your shirt says Raised on Wrestling. That's the front. Can you turn around for us too?
Yep.
Because on the back it says Iowa PBS. When you see this shirt, or you see someone wearing it, what's going to go through your mind when you see Raised on Wrestling?
Well, that's me. I was raised on wrestling. And my mom told me so. She said, when I came home the first night, she put me to bed on my back, and about an hour later, I was crying, and all of a sudden she came in, and I was on my face down. I knew then, she said, this kid's going to be a wrestler. He doesn't like getting pinned. And she was right.
Coach, I want to thank you for all your contributions to wrestling, both on the mat, coaching, as well as broadcasting here.
Well, I'm not done yet, but a lot of this depends on the people out there supporting. So thank you.
All right, Coach. Thank you very much. We're going to be back for more state wrestling finals right after this.
Funding provided by Fareway Meat and Grocery. For more than 80 years, Fareway has been proud to be an active part of the communities we serve. Learn more at Fareway.com.
Banking in Iowa goes beyond transactions. Banks work to help people and small businesses succeed. And Iowa banks are committed to building confident banking relationships. Iowa Banks, your partner through it all.
Pella Windows and Doors help bring your home to life. For more than 100 years, Pella has been dedicated to building a brighter future in Iowa communities. Pella Corporation is a proud supporter of Iowa PBS.
Christian is the CFO of First Iowa State Bank in Albia and also chair-elect of the Iowa Bankers Association. So, Melissa, tell me why Iowa Bankers supports both Iowa PBS as well as high school athletics here in the state of Iowa.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Paul. The Student Athlete Achievement Awards recognize not only athletic success, but also academics, leadership, and character. For over 30 years, the IBA has awarded scholarships to student athletes, helping invest in young people we hope will build their futures right here in Iowa.
Investing is key, so why is investing such a key thing for you?
Absolutely. We invest in education and financial literacy to strengthen the workforce. This commitment to long-term growth is why we proudly support students saving for their higher education.
Melissa, thank you to the Iowa Bankers for your support and your work. And now let's go back to our wrestling coverage.
Welcome back inside the Casey Center here in Des Moines. Intermission of the 2026 edition of the State Wrestling Championships. Let's listen in. Go back down to the arena floor with our public address announcer.
The Iowa Bankers Association Student Athlete Achievement Award. The Iowa Bankers Association has been awarding student scholarships for 3 decades. This $1,000 scholarship is awarded each year to a senior who demonstrates leadership on the mat, in the classroom, and in their community. The 2026 Student Athlete Achievement Award winner for wrestling is Keaton Moeller from Starmont. Presenting the award is Christian Arthur from the Community Savings Bank of Edgewood. Congratulations, Keaton, on receiving this scholarship, and thank you, Christian, and the Iowa Bankers Association for their sponsorship of this award.
Take a look at the team scores right now as we hit the halfway point. Don Bosco, take a look what they have done, just not tonight, but all week. 216 points, TJ. Decorah, 2A, a battle with Eddyville, Blanksburg, Fremont. Then you look at 3A, Southeast Polk. Clear separation from the pack, 225. Bettendorf, a distant second at 134. Shawn Kenney alongside a couple of Hall of Famers, Tim Johnson, Coach Jim Miller, and gentlemen, we've changed our attire, raised on wrestling, and I can speak firsthand. I grew up in this state watching TJ, watching you do your thing on Iowa PBS for so many years. How wonderful is it to have the State Wrestling Championship back here?
Well, like I said, that's what everybody in small town Iowa wants to see, because everybody can watch it. It's just great.
It's good to be back on TV, Iowa PBS. Nobody does it better. And we're just happy to be with you.
Halfway point here from Des Moines, the Casey Center. We're going to check in. The 144-pound award ceremony is going to be coming up in just a little bit, and then we'll dive right back into more state championship wrestling.
Now presenting your Class 1A awards. At 144 pounds is assistant coach Clay Welter. In 8th place, Jace Jones, Sumner Fredericksburg. In 7th place, Jackson Knapp, Lisbon. In 6th place, Caden Lang, Jessup. In 5th place, Bryce Carroll, Cascade. In 4th place, Aiden Tim, Belle Plaine. In 3rd place, Matthew Crimmins, St. Edmunds. Your runner-up, Blake Rosen, Pleasantville. And your 1A 144 champion from Don Bosco, Dawson Youngblood.
Dawson Youngblood, Don Bosco, the junior, now a 3-time state champion. Still one more year to go. Opportunity for Don Bosco to have a 4-timer, the future Iowa Hawkeye.
Is Coach Dimitri Boyer. In 8th place, Cash Hatfield, West Branch. In 7th place, Chase Krantz, Assumption Davenport. In 6th place, Brady Patterson, Benton Community. In 5th place, Jackson Lundgren, North Fayette County. In 4th place, Carver Wieland, Independence. In 3rd place, Riker Bovey, Woodward Granger. Your runner-up, Owen Hendrickson, Alburnett. And your 2A 144-pound champion from Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont, Landon Davis.
There was no doubt about it tonight for Landon Davis. The top seed put on a show. It was an offensive clinic for Davis, the senior, the unbeaten top seed, now a 3-time medalist, but for the first time, the shade is gold for Davis.
Now presenting your Class 3A awards at 144 pounds is assistant coach Sam Lloyd. In 8th place, Cameron Bennett, Valley West Des Moines. In 7th place, Ethan Sodergren, Ankeny Centennial. In 6th place, Brenton Byers, Council Bluffs, Abraham Lincoln. In 5th place, Stony Wood, Indianola. In 4th place, Hayden Hutt, Waukee Northwest. In 3rd place, Camiron Bogart, Ames. Your runner-up, Nicholas Weiss, Marshalltown. And your 3A 144-pound champion from Southeast Polk, Will Overbreckling.
Will Overbreckling, the senior from Southeast Polk, one of the leaders, captains on their team. First time he tastes the glory. His first state championship. He's been so consistent throughout his career. Runner-up a year ago. He took 6th the year before. He wins the title tonight at 144 pounds. Wonderful to have you with us tonight as we welcome you back inside the Casey Center. Action moments away from resuming, and a big moment coming up. 2 wrestlers tonight with an opportunity to join elite company. Blake Fox is one of the wrestlers from Osage. Class 2A, he is looking to become just the 33rd 4-time state champion in Iowa history. He's won state titles at 120, 138, and 144, and now a chance to win his 4th. The other matchups in Class 1A, it's Steve Brandenburg of Lake Mills, Chance Hoyt of Iowa Valley Marengo, and then in the large school division, Justin Chesaroga, Southeast Polk. They'll try to keep the Ram train rolling tonight on the tracks. Elijah Blewett will try to slow him down, the junior from Indianola.
Well, updates on the score. We weren't exactly right. Eddyville, Blakesburg, and Fremont and Decorah are tied at 131 right now.
Wow.
With Decorah having 1 finalist left and an opportunity to win outright.
Wow.
Incredible race in Class 2A.
And great races in 3A for the 3 trophies. And there's three teams going for the 2nd and 3rd trophy, and we'll try to keep you updated on that.
All eyes on the wrestler in green right now in the lower left-hand corner. Blake Fox, Osage, 3-time state champ, looking to become a 4-timer. Ben Walsh is his opponent from Sergeant Bluff Luton.
Bill Roach to the head table, please.
And Ben Walsh, a 51-1 record. So we got 2 quality guys down here, but obviously Blake Fox trying to make history for the Green Devils of Osage.
Fox, 209 career wins, 209-3, just sparkling. Opportunity to get the first 3 if he can clear his leg out as he seizes up that far side ankle. No control established yet. That's because Walsh still hanging on to the right leg of Fox until Fox can clear that out. He won't get the takedown, and now they say control is established, and a 3 for Fox.
Brandenburg in 1A gets a takedown.
Working hard
Mills
on top. Yeah, he's working really hard. Got the arm bar and really has Hoyt stretched out. And driving over for the, looking for the fall.
Speaking of stretched out, Fox with a leg in, working the cross-face series, 3-0 lead. He has Ben Walsh flattened out underneath. Chance Hoyt cannot bridge up, and the fall for Steve Brandenburg. 1:51, the time of the fall.
Lake Mills got himself a state champion.
Alex Brandenburg pretty excited. The head coach, his boy.
Wow. Family fair.
Potentially dangerous as Jesseroga got all tied up underneath Elijah Blewett. So the referee will stop it with 11 seconds to go. Let's go back to the fall for Brandenburg.
Yeah, that's after a good arm bar, driving over, settled in, and got the fall.
Blake Fox will start underneath, tripods up. Walsh changes course as he tried to drop down low into the legs. Again, a 3-0 lead for Blake Fox of Osage, looking to become a 4-timer, and just like that, he slithers away off to the side and gets the reversal. What do you most appreciate about Blake Fox, guys?
Just good in every position, you know, good on, you know, just it doesn't, when you eliminate weaknesses, it's really boosts your chances to win every match. I mean, here he takes a shot on a single, but he also, you just seen him get a reversal. He can ride, he can get away, and he's relentless.
Chases down the 3 on the edge. Gets his second takedown. He goes up 8-1. He's not done. Still has control of the leg. Let's see if he tries to bring Walsh back in where he has more room to work. To reposition, and they will go out of bounds with 56 seconds in the second period. Walsh, one of those wrestlers, he's come so far throughout his high school years. He did not win many matches his freshman year, but just stayed the course, trusted his coaches. Trust is a big trait in this sport, and it has all paid off this year for Sergeant Bluff Luton.
Elijah Blewett from Indianola, he is putting on a really tough ride here on Jesseroga. See if he can continue. 0-0 still, now in the second.
Big match for Indianola as they are in the hunt for a trophy with Dowling and Bettendorf right now. Bettendorf with 134 in second place. Dowling with 130.5, and Indianola with 130. A win would jump them up.
Wow. A win would give them 4 points, and they'd be tied for second, right?
They would be tied for second.
Fox keeps the foot on full throttle. Another takedown after Walsh was able to get away. Fox came right back in on the attack. Now you go back in the history of this state. For Fox, looking to become a 4-time state champ. There's been 32 wrestlers who have won 4 titles in Iowa since 1962. The most recent, Ben Keeter, he did it in 23. You look at some of the other recent 4-timers, Brody Teskey of Fort Dodge, Corey Clark, Southeast Polk, TJ Siebold, Mark Schwab of Osage, Green Devils, and the factory that they have in that part of the state.
Yeah, it's a great community, man. They love wrestling. And yeah, Mark Schwab, he was awesome. Here we got scramble going on. And our first point in 3A. Jesseroga gets an escape. 27 seconds left in the second. Blake Fox, nice shot by Walsh.
Shin whizzer in by Fox, defensive mechanism. Walsh looking to get his first offense. And we get a stoppage with 1:10 to go. Now you watch Blake Fox. One thing I've always appreciated about him. A lot of the skills that he has on the mat, but it's what he does off the mat, how he handles himself. His poise has always stood out to me. Trust the ability. So much wrestling experience coming in. There's really no position that he panics in.
You know, and a lot of that goes back to family, but also we just had a good look there at Brent Jennings, a long-time coach at Osage, and, you know, you are a lot like who you're coached by, and Brent Jennings done a great job at Osage.
Yeah, and now we're watching Clint Codum, Sergeant Bluff Codum. I mean, he's been awesome. He's got actually a couple. They had one of his boys win the state championship last year. They got 2 of them wrestling for co-college. So some really high-level things going on in these couple mats here.
Blood timeout continues on 3A, a good one. Jesseroga, a 1-0 lead on Indianola as Elijah Blewett. Meanwhile, we are inside a minute, and Blake Fox well on his way. 11-2, a commanding lead with 50 seconds and counting.
And you know Blake Fox has been thinking about this moment for years. You win your first state title in 9th grade, and you just...
It's every day after that.
Yeah, I mean, TJ, you had the guy, Greg Randall, 1-4. I mean, it's just one of those things you've been thinking about for years, and now he's 25 seconds away. And the Osage community is here big time. And you're going to hear not just Osage community, the whole arena appreciate our next 4-time state champion.
Back to action as they start the 3rd period. It will be Blewett underneath, and he gets away. So we go back to the feet, tied at 1. Meanwhile, the countdown is on in the lower right-hand corner as we hit 10 seconds to go. Blake Fox, the #1 seed from Osage, is about to join elite company. Sometimes you don't need words. You're going to hear 15,000 strong voice their appreciation.
Justice Jesseroga gets a takedown, less than a minute to go. What a great moment that was for Blake Fox and the whole arena, actually.
TJ, I want to get your thoughts on what it's like for Fox, but we're going to finish up with Jesseroga here, and a good one. He gets the takedown. Still lots of time for Blewett. 4-1. Jesseroga, 4-time medalist, a state champ last year, 4th and 24, 7th and 23. Put up 41 points the last 2 matches, leading 4-2 here. Shot there by Blewett. Underhook applied from Jesseroga. Sprawl back as well. Head buried underneath. Blewett will try to keep the forward pressure coming. Really good job here by Jesseroga. This is a position, if he wants to, he can hold it for a while, but Blewett able to shrug him back out of bounds. Time for the best shot if you're Elijah Blewett. A takedown wins you a state championship for Indianola. Comes in right after the whistle. Reaching for the far leg, nothing to be found. Trying to crack the armor. Stole call tagged on Jesseroga. He won't mind. 5 seconds. One more burst from Elijah Blewett. He comes charging, but Justice Jesseroga has done it. Southeast Polk continues their run. Unbelievable.
So Indianola does not get that opportunity to tie for second, but they've got one more opportunity at 165 to climb that ladder and get a trophy, but right now they'll stay in 4th place.
Back-to-back state titles for the senior. The wrestling heritage of the Jesserogas continue. You take a look at what we have coming up. Iowa High School Sports Championships, girls basketball on March 6th and 7th. The boys state championship set for March 13th. Can't wait for softball season in the summer, July 23rd and 24th up in Fort Dodge. Volleyball next year, and then, of course, football at the Unidome. TJ, before we meet the wrestlers at 157, as you see the field, Boston Peters, Teague Smith, Mikey Ryan, Tucker Wheeler, Nolan Fellers, Parker Casey. Let's go back to what we just witnessed. You've been in the corner. You know what that moment is like. What is Osage experiencing right now?
Well, it's a good timing as Mount Vernon's Mikey Ryan comes on at this time. But here's the deal. It's about the athlete. It's about his teammates. They are so proud of him to be on the team. And then it's about the community. I think one of the things that Blake Fox will remember most is looking up to the Osage community and the standing ovation. I think Greg Randall told me he dreamed of that standing ovation ever since his freshman year when he watched Jeff Kerber get one and win his four. And he says, I want to get that standing ovation.
Incredible moment. 157. Nolan Fellers, the top seed. Bondurant Farrar out of the Raccoon River Conference. Parker Casey of Johnston, the Dragon, making his first trip to the finals. Talked about the Ryan family. Mikey, the top seed for Mount Vernon. That semifinal win last night felt good for him after coming so close in the state semis a year ago. He'll be a four-time medalist. Tucker Wheeler, his opponent from PCM, their lone representative in the finals. And then 1A has Boston Peters and a healthy Teague Smith. The health has really been the only thing that has slowed down Smith throughout his high school years at West Hancock. Quick 2-on-1 here by Smith. Working on the right arm of Boston Peters.
I think all three, like Nolan Fellers, Mikey Ryan, Teague Smith, all these are similar. They've been so close, but haven't got to the top of the podium. And this is a big moment in all three of these, not just for those guys. Obviously, the other Boston Peters and Tucker Wheeler and Parker Casey as well. But we got the, here we go again, the first and second seed in all three of these weight classes.
Off the drag and now down to the leg goes Nolan Fellers, top of the screen in 3A. First offensive opportunity. Whizzer in by Casey, working near the edge. What's Fellers need to do, Coach?
Well, he needs to pull him back in. Don't just take a chance on the edge. He did get it, but pull him back in before you try to finish the maneuver. That was a big takedown.
Really nice executed as far as the kick down then when he brought the leg up high. You talked about Mikey Ryan. His dad was my manager for 4 years, wrestled for me. And now 5 boys. This is the last of 5 boys. They have been to the state 17 times, 14 medals. A couple of his brothers, state champions. He wants to join that group, but he'll be the only one as a 4-time medalist and a state champion if he can win. The Mustang from Mount Vernon.
What a great story.
How many cracks in the walls do you think there are in the Ryan household?
Well, and I asked Dave, the dad, who's the president of the Mount Vernon Bank there, I said, how long do you have to wait for grandsons? He said, Brody's an 8th grader. So
not much of a reprieve.
Yeah.
Nolan Fellers, a 3-1 lead. Casey able to get away. Ryan and Wheeler scoreless. The end of the first period. Teague Smith, a takedown. He has a 3-1 lead on Boston Peters.
Place winners 150 to the award stand area.
Big moment for Tucker Wheeler for a program like PCM that has had only 1 state champion throughout their years of competing.
There's a replay of Fellers' takedown right on the edge.
Talking about running through for a takedown. Teague Smith there. He just ran down that double leg and did a great job of moving those legs.
Like an exclamation mark on that double.
Teague Smith says this is the best he has felt since way back in his freshman year when he won a title. He has been battling injuries throughout his entire career. He has missed a lot of time in the summer with injuries. He's come back from multiple shoulder surgeries. This is really a feel-good story if you're Britt West Hancock and the perseverance of Teague Smith. excellent athlete, a two-time All-State football player, part of the state track and field team as well at West Hancock. You love to see the multiple sport athletes. Ryan behind the escape continues with a 1-0 lead, second period. Casey has inched a little bit closer, and Fellers had that late takedown in the first period. That's still the difference, up 3-2. Likes that 2-on-1, doesn't he?
He's doing a nice job of staying in his grill there. Feller's not giving Casey any room to move from space. Looking to drop to something like his single that he had in the first period, but getting to his ties. That's what the wrestlers want to do. They want to get in, control their ties, work their ties, and if the opponent gets his, get out of it, get back into yours.
So much on the line sometimes with the state title. Sometimes you get conservative, and most of the time that's not what you want to do. Just go get another takedown. Keep doing what you do best, and you typically more good things will happen.
Short time in 3A, still 3-2 for Fellers.
Place winners at 150 to the award stand, please. Place winners.
Fellers, a kid growing up, had an extensive Greco background. U16 finalist, both Vegas and Fargo, in the upper body style of wrestling. Huge hurdle last night, winning in the semifinals. He has been knocked out of the championship side of the bracket the past few years by some big names. Three-time state champ Ryder Block his freshman year. Logan Trinery his sophomore year from Southeast Polk. Then Oz Diaz, the two-time state champ. So he's had some big names knock him out, but he really believes this is his year, his senior campaign. 2 minutes to find out if it truly is. What are you noticing with Mikey Ryan and Tucker Wheeler, TJ?
I think they're both really tentative. They're not able to get past either one's head-hand defense. It really hasn't been a leg attack by either wrestler. So who's going to execute here when the chips are down? But you don't want to panic here. You know, you got the shape, you got the scoring ability, and if you got to go to the sudden victory, you go. But what's your go-to move here?
Parker Casey in on Fellers. The Fellers kind of wrapped around, looking probably going to get a stalemate here. Yeah, you don't want to come off the mat and say, man, I wish I would have done this, done that. I wish I wouldn't have waited. Just go wrestle. And here you are, third period, Mikey Ryan and Tucker Wheeler with 34 seconds left to win a state title.
Teague Smith in control, 7-2 over Peters. Fellers and Casey hit the 1 minute mark. Underhook by Fellers, gives a tug.
And a big takedown. Yep.
Takedown by Tucker Wheeler. He's the one that pulled the trigger there.
Yes, he did.
And it paid off.
Like Mikey Ryan shaken up a little bit, so they will come out and look at the senior from Mount Vernon. Meanwhile, Tucker Wheeler grabbing his first lead. See the 5 minutes and counting. Blood timeout as they work on Ryan. Let's go back to Teague Smith with 30 seconds to go. 7-2 lead. Closing moments, Nolan Fellers, Parker Casey. The Dragon needs a takedown to win a state title. He is on the hunt right now. He has Fellers pinned along the edge of the mat. Fellers kind of hangs out there, does not return back to the center. Stall call given to him as a result.
And he can take that right
Absolutely.
now. This is just about winning right here. You know, something that Fellers has done now 3 years in a row is win the last match in the Casey Center, and he certainly wanted to do that here, but this will be different. A state championship.
He will dance, he will back out. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, and Bondurant Farrar, you have a state champion. Mark Manning at Nebraska smiling, his future Husker for the first time in the state of Iowa. He rules the weight class, 157 pounds for fellers. Meanwhile, action, look at Mikey Ryan get the escape. But he won't have enough time, and it's Tucker Wheeler, a PCM, the second state champion in PCM's history, and it's the 2-seed Tucker Wheeler, the senior, getting it done. Just recently committed to Grandview a few weeks ago, and they're going to be getting a good one and a state champ.
Teague Smith going sharing the love up in the stands. The family, that's awesome.
A couple of special moments. You know, what must be going through Tucker Wheeler's mind right now? A program, we've seen it in the past. You win a state title, you have success here. All of a sudden, you just bring a springboard of momentum back to your community, and you have young kids now going out that weren't in the past. We'll see if that carries over for Prairie City Monroe. We go back to the award stand, 150 pounds.
6th place, Sam Raymond, St. Albert. 5th place, Lincoln Linden, Woodbury Central. 4th place, Levi Else, Ridgeview. 3rd place, Preston Hunter, Beckman Catholic. Runner-up, Chance Hoyt, Iowa Valley Marengo. In your Class 1A 150-pound champion from Lake Mills, Steve Brandenburg.
It was a first period fall for Steve Brandenburg tonight. Lake Mills back in the finals for the second straight year, up a weight, the runner-up. And he will close out his high school career as a state champion. Proud moment for Lake Mills in the purple and yellow.
Presenting the Class 2A 150-pound awards, Coach Brent Jennings. 8th place, Aiden Hippen, Clear Lake. 7th place, Cale Cook, Burlington, Notre Dame. 6th place, Troy Gudenkoff, West Delaware, Manchester. 5th place, Cameron Kramer, Independence. 4th place, Grant Knudsen, Decorah. 3rd place, Gabriel Brisker, Wilton. Runner-up, Ben Walsh, Sergeant Bluff Luton. And your Class 2A 150-pound champion and the 33rd four-time champion in Iowa high school wrestling history, Blake Fox of Osage.
For the second time tonight, a standing ovation for the four-timer Blake Fox.
It's a happy man right there.
Bing Keeter, the last one to do it in 23, and now the million-dollar question is who will get Blake Fox's skill set next year.
It's not if we're going to see him in the future, it's where are we going to see Blake Fox in the future.
Any ideas?
Well, he's got a brother, you and I know they like him, but I have not heard anything official on Blake. Have you, Jimmy?
No, I haven't. I've heard rumors.
Jaden Zachary, Dowling Catholic.
You're good.
4th place, Easton Jorgensen, Waverly Shell Rock. 3rd place, Braxton Winkie, Ames. Runner-up, Elijah Blewett, Indianola. And your Class 3A 150-pound champion from Southeast Polk, Justice Jesseroga.
Justice Jesseroga. Talk about some tough brothers. Joel was the state champ. Those brothers throughout the years made him a pretty tough guy, and he is a state champion. Same result, new weight. Last year 144, this year a state title for Southeast Polk at 150 pounds.
So Wilton right now in third place in 2A at 112 points, and Alburnett has one more to go. They're at 110. Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont, and Decorah tied.
Wow.
For first and second, or for first, with Decorah having full heart left, right?
And keep in mind, the points on the line tonight, it's 4 points if you win these championship matches. You get 4 team points, and then the bonus is always a possibility with the major decision, tech fall, and the fall. A point for a major decision, a point and a half for a tech fall, and then 2 points for the pin. 165 as you take a look at the matchups. Kyle Kabashik, South Winneshiek. Ryan Groom, North Mahaska, the Warhawk. Class 2A, Bowden White, William Fullhart. Meanwhile, in Class 3, it's Matt Crossan and Calvin Rothg of Ankeny.
Big weight class for the team races.
Yep.
You know William Fullhart, Decorah. From what we're seeing in the scoring, it's 131 and 131. EBF and Decorah tied. EBF does not have any finalists left. This is Decorah's last. Win it, and they win a team title. How's it get any better than that, Shawn? You win an individual state title, and you win it for your team, and then Indianola, they have their second opportunity to jump from fourth into a trophy.
Man, that's a big deal when you get a trophy at the state tournament to take her home or not. That fourth place, that's tough because you had a good tournament, but you didn't bring home the trophy.
3 wide open matches we're anticipating, and as TJ laid it out, team race on the line in 2A, and it all comes down to William Fullhart, the lone finalists for the Vikings. Can he bring a team title and an individual title back to Decorah? Bowden White, his opponent, the top seed, 3-time finalist. He won it all last year, one of 2 Denver wrestlers in the finals. This is a wrestler who really turned it on late last night in the third period. It's his win over Briggs Collins of West Liberty. He had a 4-3 lead through 2. Collins had to open it up a little bit, and White said thank you very much. Scored 9 unanswered over the final 2 minutes for the major decision. Kaboshek and Groom, North Mahaska, South Winneshiek. Kyle Kaboshek, the top seed, he's been crystal clear about his message and his focus, staying on the attacks like you were talking about, Coach. Don't leave anything in the corner and not bring your best offense, and that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, you don't want any regrets walking out of Casey's arena.
Good scramble there in 1A. The shot by Kaboshek. Now he's in the waterfall position, trying to pick a side. Look to where he can crack down, and before the official steps in, gets a stalemate. Trying to slip those ankles out and then come around.
It's like a takedown, and to his back, Bowden White has Fullhart in trouble.
Bailed out by the end of the period. That could have been a lot worse, but the period ended, so White will get the full allotment of near fall, goes up 7. But if you're William Fullhart, you live to fight another day. Matt Cross and Calvin Rothg, they are scoreless, wrapping up the first period. Lower right, let's go back to the...
Yeah, Kaboshek was in on the single, but Groom did a really nice job of breaking off, and going out of bounds saved Kaboshek.
Ryan Groom is certainly a young man we all respect. His plans is to head to basic training for the Iowa Army National Guard, and also has plans in the future to wrestle at Grandview University after he returns from basic training. So we wish Ryan the best and thank him.
hats off to Ryan. And, you know, that's just the best decision sometimes in a person's life. And I'm sure he and his family have talked about it. He knows what he wants. And you're right. Thank you, Ryan, for that choice. And you can have it all. You go out, you serve, you come back, you wrestle. Best of wishes.
Rachi up 1-0, 3A. Fullhart doing a good job riding on top. Scores 8-3 now.
Able to get his first takedown. Let's see if that gives him something positive to build off. Trying to take that head lever in, driving that head in between the armpit on the right side of Bowden White. White clears it away. Parallel ride here by Fullhart. He's going to have to jump to one of the sides. You see him trying to get his hands in. That opens up an opportunity for White to get free. 9-3 for Denver in the top seat. Two really tight matches in 3A and 1A. Second period's winding down. Rothji, the 1-0 lead. Kaboshik, a 3-2. Here comes Groom on the attack. Has the right leg.
Fullhart the same on the attack. Got in the right leg and now is working through, trying to come around. He's going to try to get his leg to hook White's leg. It's potentially dangerous.
Fullhart, a kind of famous name in the state, right? With Dad, Lee Fullhart?
Yeah, Lee Fullhart, 4-time All-American, national champion for Iowa, and then has another son, Edison, on this team. That also got to the state.
Great job by Decorah this year.
Fullhart gets taken down. White goes out in front. Sizable score there. Now, to be fair, Decorah can't lose the state championship.
No,
they're just going to have to share it.
Yeah.
If
that's not all bad.
So Decorah sitting with a state championship, now just trying to make it theirs alone. The entire EBF fan base viewing, watching here on TV, just hoping that they can bring home a state championship as well. And it all depends on the outcome of this match.
One thing about Fullhart, he's all go. He doesn't back down. But Bowden White, he's had a last couple of years just stellar. 54-0 this year. State champ last year, 157, 3-time finalist.
Boy, really good ride here by Ryan Groom. They have tagged Kaboshik with a stall call, so keep that in mind. Groom continues to ride. He had a trap arm a few moments ago, just grinding away at the top-seeded wrestler from South Winneshiek. Mentioned that motor for Fullhart. He will not quit. He keeps bringing his offense. Now 12-6. Boy, this is a college ride from what you're seeing from Ryan Groom.
I really like what Groom's doing here because he's working all angles. I mean, he's trying to elevate, trying to get a Turk, cross face, near wrist, working hard.
Crossan and Rachi 1-1. About a minute left in the match. Big match for Indianola.
And there's the stall call. Sorry to interrupt, Coach, but Kaboshik for the second time. I was just getting ready to say he's getting in that dangerous territory of a stall. So it is tied at 3. Kaboshik tried to hit a roll. Short time. Kaboshik into a stand-up. Groom with a mat return. 5 seconds, drags him back, and he will ride him out.
Wow.
Close to back points there. He was close to having that past 45 degrees, but didn't get the count.
And look at Fullhart now, 13-9. And he's cutting him again. It's all out match. Oh, 3A. Crossan got a takedown. 55 seconds left in the match. 4-1.
You saw the dog in the lower right-hand corner. That's Teddy, the service dog. He's been in the corner for North Mahaska the past 4 years. Tight moments here. Hanging on for dear life to the leg. This is Groom, who has his right leg held onto by Kaboshik. Look at this scramble.
Oh! He gave 3.
Yes, he did, and that's just who had more in the tank left, and he went after it and got it.
All set up by the ride in the third period. He mustered a couple of stall calls. He grinded away at Kaboshek, and that takes a toll.
There you go. That's exactly right, Shawn. It's not just the not giving up the point. It's what you took out of your opponent, and that's part of this win right there.
Oh, Teddy's happy. They're all happy at North Mahaska.
Ryan Groom, coached by Ryan Groom.
Oh, man. How about that?
Dad's pretty happy about that.
That's so great.
Take a look at this state championship scramble here that Groom came out on top of. Now crossing, and he knows it's a done deal. Indianola with a state champion, and back-to-back waits for Nebraska, the future Cornhusker.
And Indianola just jumps into the trophy, bypasses Dowling Catholic and now Southeast Polk. Bettendorf and Indianola tied for second at 134 pounds. Dowling has one finalist left.
No. Whoa, man, we got battles going on.
Bowden White, a 2A champion for Denver.
Here's the flip. On his feet. Give him an 8 or 8.5, but he'll take it. He's a state champ.
He's had a blast all week long. His brother down here at the state tournament competing. His brother Kane down at 113 pounds. As we go back to the podium.
57-pound awards, Coach Mark Sanger. In 8th place, Cohen Wolford, Buffalo. 7th place, Jackson Gordon, Riverside, Oakland. 6th place, Cale Wiskoff, HLB TC. 5th place, Tully Wood, Wayne Corridon. 4th place, Sam Dominic, Woodbury Central. 3rd place, Caleb Swedeen, GTRA. Runner-up, Boston Peters, Westwood Sloan. In your Class 1A 157-pound champion from West Hancock Britt, Teague Smith.
When you come back from multiple shoulder surgeries, health has been a frustrating part of Teague Smith's journey. He ran all the way up to the top of this arena, tears of joy.
I'm crying.
That is awesome.
The emotion of the moment. No one knows what these athletes go through more than family.
And they go through a lot. Like we said, it's what you eat, how you sleep, who you hang around with. It's sacrifice, it's discipline, and you can't get there any other way.
Liam Weber, West Delaware, Manchester. 4th place, Hudson Scranton, Anamosa. 3rd place, Zane Mullenix, Eddyville, Blacksburg, Fremont. Runner-up, Mikey Ryan, Mount Vernon. And your Class 2A 157-pound champion from PCM Monroe, Tucker Wheeler.
What a moment for Prairie City Monroe. Tucker Wheeler becomes just the 2nd state champion in the school history. The other was Luke Rowland, ironically, who is in the building as a Denver assistant tonight.
Presenting your Class 3A 157-pound awards, Coach Matt Wonderland. In 8th place, Brady Cochran, Valley, West Des Moines. 7th place, Alex Penscover, Southeast Polk. 6th place, Cole Hemmingson, Dallas Center Grimes. 5th place, Rylan Hilton, Indianola. 4th place, Joe Hirsch, Western Dubuque. Third place, Colton Schaefer, Oskaloosa. Runner-up, Parker Casey, Johnston. And your Class 3A 157-pound champion from Bondurant Farrar, Nolan Bellers.
He kept coming. 3 straight years of third-place finishes at state. The future Nebraska Cornhusker finally tastes what it feels like to be the best at 157. Hey fans, don't forget, be sure to scan the QR code on your screen right now or call the number to support Friends of Iowa PBS, 1-800-728-2828, or scan that QR code. Congress recently cut $3.5 million in federal funding. That's the largest one-time cut in our 55-year history, impacting 18% of the budget. Despite this challenge, we remain committed to our mission. Thank you for supporting public media. We need your support so we can continue to bring you all of the great action like we're experiencing tonight here in Des Moines.
175-pound weight class presented by the Iowa Pork Producers Association.
175, Class 1A. Brock Mulder, Boyden Hole, Rock Valley. Ethan Christopher, the 2C from Don Bosco. Class 2A, it's Christian Dunning, 4th wrestler in Clear Lake history to eclipse 150 career wins. He'll try to add another tonight against Kyler Crow, the 4-time state qualifier from Minneapolis. And then in 3A, the state champion is back. Jackson Miller, the senior from Carlisle. Maximus DeBolt, junior Ankeny Centennial.
Christian Dunning. And from Minneapolis, Kyler Crow.
It's been quite a night. Drama in the team race in Class 2A. We've seen our 33rd 4-time state champion from Osage. So we move into the upper weights, 175 pounds, top of the screen, Carlisle's defending state champion, Jackson Miller. This is going to be one of the best matchups of the night, I think. 2 Division I wrestlers with Maximus DeBolt and Jackson Miller. Miller has committed to Northwestern. DeBolt will head Kevin Dresser's way up in Ames to Iowa State. Christian Dunning, Kyler Crow in Class 2A, Clear Lake and Minneapolis. Brock Mulder, the senior for Boyden Hole, Rock Valley. Scoreless, they shake hands and they're off with Ethan Christopher of Don Bosco.
£165 to the award stand area, please. $165 to the award stand area.
Well, Miller and DeBolt in 3A, both state champs, going at each other. Big match there. Remember, Don Bosco, they've won 5 out of the 7, and this is number 6. Chance to tie the record, the Iowa all-time record of 6 state champs in one season, in one state title.
That was Lewis Central back in 2001. Offensive opportunity for Dunning in the lower left in Class 2A, and no control. Great job there by Kyler Crow when it looked like he was dead to right, but showing his flexibility.
Yeah, Dunning was in on a nice shot, and then Crow. Minneapolis is the only qualifier to the state, and here he is in the finals. He's
oh, a little cradle action in Class 1A. Ethan Christopher, Don Bosco cinching up the cradle. Is it going to be a fall? Will this be number 6? Mulder kicking with everything he has. He gets his shoulder blades off the mat and he gets back to his base.
Wow.
Oh, that was close.
This will be incredible to watch, as Mulder hasn't lost yet this year.
Boy, Christopher right back to work, and there's the fall. He won't miss it the second time.
Wow, you talk about momentum. There's no stopping Don Bosco right now. Just tying the mark with 6 champions. One opportunity to break the record later tonight.
6 for 6. Ethan Christopher, the latest name. There is no stopping the Dons tonight. Action in 3A. DeBolt at the end of the period gets 2 near falls, so he will go up 5-0. Keep in mind, these two wrestlers met in January, the finals of the Ed Winger Classic. Miller defeated DeBolt on that particular day 4-2, but it's a completely different first period this go around on a Saturday night in February.
2 state champions going at it. Jumping up a weight class for one, 2 weight classes for the other.
Miller with the leg in for Carlisle. Flips over to the right side of the body as the arm curled up underneath. Referee takes a look at the angle of the arm. Jackson Miller. This is a guy that can turn you from all different possessions. Toughness underneath by DeBolt. He gets away, so he adds to his lead, 6-0. Miller's a smart kid, the senior, going to Northwestern in the Big Ten. Really an interesting background. Before he wrestled, he was a dancer. His mother was a dancer and dance teacher, so he and his siblings grew up learning ballet and hip hop, and then he gave wrestling a try early on in elementary school. That was an attempt to get better at football, and all of a sudden he discovered his sport. He's built his body up the past couple of years in the weight room, and it was mainly because injuries kept him sidelined at different junctures throughout his first 2 years. One of the top wrestlers in the state, but he's in an uphill battle right now, down 6.
I like DeBolt's body language out there, his position. He's staying right in the middle, but then he sinks that underhook. He's being very aggressive.
Got a takedown. Oh, no, we don't have a takedown on in the 2A match. Still, well, 6-1. He did get one. 6-1. Dunning from Clear Lake, who was the #1 seed in a Grandview commit. Kyler Crow, Minneapolis 2nd seed.
Yeah, there's a pretty good Grandview presence with Clear Lake. Their head coach, Evan Johnson, an alma mater for the powerhouse wrestling program here in Des Moines.
Yes, they got her going and have kept it going. 13 out of the last 14 years national champions in NAIA. Coach Mitchell retired at the beginning of the year, but that train's still running.
We talked about Dan Knight, his last ride. Bobby Thompson at Fort Dodge, longtime coach at Fort Dodge, stepping aside. There's just nothing like longevity, consistency with staff. Longevity really benefits the kids.
For sure.
Tell you what, this is a workmanlike, business type approach from Ankeny Centennial's Maximus DeBolt.
It is. He's really done a nice job. He was aggressive at first. He went and scored points. Now he's staying in the middle, not backing. You know, he's doing a nice job even on the edge. Got good mat savvy there.
A little bit of a pipeline from Ankeny Centennial to Ames, not just the junior that we're watching now, but his teammate, Cale Vandermark, will be a part of Iowa State's unit in a couple of years. Action goes out of bounds. 6-1 DeBolt continues to lead. Meanwhile, Kyler Crow trying to get something started for Mediapolis. Still time to get it done. That's what the 3-point takedown has really changed as far as the sport goes. You can get back into a match quickly, plus with the added near fall and the 4 swipes. Little go behind action by Miller, and for the first time he figures out the defense of DeBolt, and all of a sudden we have a match.
Yeah, good effort there. Really good movement by Jackson Miller. Good spin around. He didn't stay right where he was. He kept going, pushed down the head, got around. Now he's got the boots in.
Potentially dangerous. They will stop it right away.
He needs to make a decision.
Yeah.
Do I cut him or do I try to? I got to turn him to win.
Got to turn him to win or cut and take him down and go to sudden victory, but you're going to have to ride him out if you take him down.
You've been in that corner, Coach Miller. What do you do here if you're Carlisle? What's the thinking?
Well, we just got a takedown a few seconds ago. I'd cut him and let's go again, and that's what they're going to do. But he's got to start attacking immediately. You don't want to wait till the last few seconds. Just makes it tough, and DeBolt's tough defensively, but he's wasting time right here.
Yeah,
just get out of there.
No need to hang into this position. Still in control, so yeah, this is just precious time dwindling off the clock for Carlisle, and now finally there's the escape. He backs away, so he needs a takedown to force sudden victory. Short time for Miller, over-under position. He's thinking big, looking for the upper body tie-up, working near the edge. Can he get the position for a throw? DeBolt finishes up on top. Ankeny Centennial wins it. Now they're going to say 2 seconds. They went out of bounds. So one more restore. Oh, Miller got to a tie-up. He was thinking big.
Yeah, just a lot of time wasted there. Just should have just cut him and started neutral, but hey, great match. DeBolt wrestled a great match. Congratulations to him and Christian Dunning, 12-4 win at Clear Lake.
Dunning all day long, working, getting his takedowns right there. Kyler Crow, shot from space. Dunning seals the deal. 12-4 win.
Alongside Hall of Famers Jim Miller, Tim Johnson, Shawn Kenney back with you from the Casey Center, where in a few moments we are going to head down to the podium. It is time now to meet this year's award winners at 165.
8th place, Ryder Meeks of Lisbon. 7th place, Max Shano, Riverside, Oakland. 6th place, Blake Schwartz, Panorama. 5th place, Trainer Kos, Coon Rapids Bear. 4th place, Holden Cooley, Woodbury Central. 3rd place, Jackson Kunkel, Hinton. Runner-up, Kyle Kavoshek, South Winneshiek. In your Class 1A 165-pound champion from North Mahaska, Ryan Grew.
Ryan Groom, North Mahaska. His father is his head coach. It is a wrestling family. His brother Aiden was a state qualifier. His sister Libby has a younger brother Eli coming up. The Groom family well represented for the Warhawks.
Christopher Meyer, Independence. 7th place, Uriah Fry, Clark. 6th place, Jax Jensen, Winterset. 5th place, Briggs Collins, West Liberty. 4th place, Lane Gudenkoff, West Delaware, Manchester. 3rd place, Jacob McCargill, Shenandoah. Runner-up, William Fullhart, Decorah. In your Class 2A 165-pound champion from Denver, Bowden White.
Back-to-back state titles for Bowden White of Denver. He's been a third period machine over the last couple of matches. He pulled away late tonight. He turned it on in the semifinals last night. Earlier this year, eclipsing the 150 win plateau, and he's added a few more this week in Des Moines.
In 8th place, Campbell Janis, Iowa City West. 7th place, Shannon Hughes, Bettendorf. Sixth place, Cole Green, North Scott. Fifth place, Riley Brown, Fort Dodge. Fourth place, Dakin Billadu, Southeast Polk. Third place, Noah Hauk Irwin, Linmar. Runner-up, Calvin Rachi, Ankeny. And your Class 3A 165-pound champion from Indianola, Mac Crossan.
We knew the 3A match at 165 was going to be tight. Offense tough to come by, but in the end, the future Nebraska Cornhusker Mac Crossan of Indianola able to claim his second state championship in as many years. The anxiety, the tense moments for these athletes down below in the tunnels. I was doing radio oftentimes when we went down to talk to some of the athletes after the matches. You get to see the focus that these kids have, and they all handle it in a different way. I mean, every personality is different. As a coach, you figure out what your athlete needs.
That's part of coaching right there. Even the question you asked Jim about would you cut him or would you ride him, it depends on the individual too.
Yeah. 190 pounds, Class 1A. Down to our final three weights of the night. Starmont, Nottoway Valley. Caleb Christensen, Keaton Moeller. Class 2A, it will be Assumption's Maximus Purdy. Brody Hendricks of Humboldt. And then in Class 3A, the large school division, Loden Bloxam of Cedar Rapids Prairie. Braden Kester, the top seed of Bettendorf.
Yeah, sometimes you might have a young man, I had to wake him up. They leave him alone. It was the best thing. Sometimes you had to come, and some, it was totally different. They wanted to go a 1-1-1 match right before they went out there. So whatever is best is really individually, you find out.
We start in the lower right-hand corner as we look at Keaton Moeller of Starmont, Caleb Christensen, Nottoway Valley, the Wolverines from Nottoway Valley having really good years last couple of seasons. And Christensen was a guy last year that went 1-2 at the state tournament. He watched his teammates Trent Warner and Ashton Honold, who we will see a little bit later on at heavyweight, take their spot on the podium, and that was a driving force. He said, that is going to be me next year. And here he is in the position taking on the 5 seed, Keaton Moeller of Starmont, another Northern Iowa commit.
Great Kester with the Bettendorf with a takedown. He's looked good the whole tournament.
Maximus Purdy, Hendricks scoreless. 45 seconds into the opening period. Kester continues to ride after his first period takedown. Moeller has extended his lead, a 6-1 advantage on Christensen of Nottoway Valley. Talked about Moeller will head to Northern Iowa after this year, be a part of their wrestling roster. He's been a multiple sport athlete. 3-event state track qualifier, very good on the football field as well. Excels in the classroom, academic all-state.
Good hustle, good hustle. He was working the head, got the underhook there, then just spun around on top for the takedown. Really good hustle on his part, then gives the escape right back in, looking for a second takedown. Moeller, wow, just really getting after it right now. Gives the one, makes sure he has the one, and now he's working the head so much that he's got Christensen's head spinning a little bit. Crack down. Looking to try to sneak that right arm through to get a third takedown inside a minute and a half. And he did, well,
there it is.
He does. Wow, what a start.
Yeah.
That's what you dream of.
Keith
Getting
Muller.
out there and going.
That's what, yeah, that's where you lay in bed thinking about, I'm going to be at the state tournament. How's it going to look? That looks pretty good.
Yeah. Like you said, you know, you got to see it before you can do it.
Yeah. Visualization is a very powerful tool. I mean, you win a championship, but you've seen it happen hundreds and hundreds of times before it actually happened in real time. Oh,
whoa.
Wow. Big throw. Was it off the mat?
Yes, they are going to say he was off the mat just barely, and we could hear the vibrations all the way up here.
Here we go.
Here we go. Looks like his toes are in.
It looked like his toes were into me too. Sometimes you end up watching the wrong thing.
Braden Kester. Bettendorf 8-0. Bettendorf, what a great year. Danny Knight retires. State champions.
Second place right now.
Second team and a team. Yeah, take a team trophy home. Wow, that's the way you do it. That's the way you hope to do it, you know.
It's a takedown clinic for Keaton Moeller. He continues and another lateral drop. And this time he's inbound.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. He is on a mission.
And he completed that mission.
Wow.
Mission possible.
Looks like Brandon Kister's going to too. He might get the fall here, and there it is.
Wow.
Bettendorf. Starmont. Man, that was impressive. Two-way, we're 1-0. Next one, Purdy out in front. Almost at the end of the second period.
Man, look at Moeller right here.
Watch this throw.
Just a turnaround lateral drop off the attempted headlock by Christensen. And just, we talked about it, Jim, but you just love, he went out there and got after it.
Yeah, he just on a mission, just started hard and stayed hard the whole, stayed the same pace the whole time.
Not a lot of separation with Purdy and Hendricks as they begin the third period. All eyes on Class 2A. Thing about Purdy, he's always in a real low, great position. His stance when he's on his feet. It's the reason it's a low-scoring match.
You know, you think about it, how do you want it to end? For me, as a coach, I wanted it to end saying, man, those guys came to wrestle. And that's what we just seen. Hey, he came to wrestle. Win or lose, usually great things happen when you come to wrestle from whistle to whistle.
Quiet year for Humboldt. Head coach Chad Beeman. Hendricks is their guy, the one Wildcat that they have into the finals. Beeman, such a good coach throughout his years. Here's a leg attack.
You know, he hosted us in the Humboldt gym for the Iowa State South Dakota State meet, and at Kevin Dresser's home gym there, and on Iowa PBS, and I
loved it. Man, what a great event
it was.
That
Just great, and Chad greeted us, hosted us, and then I remember his dad, Mike Beeman, who they're from Greenfield, Greenfield family, and Mike wrestled at Drake and was a longtime high school coach. But you know what I love about the Iowa PBS, Iowa State, Iowa women, Luther and Central, Grandview, Missouri Valley,
junior college,
junior college.
There is Chad Beeman in the corner. It's a great event. Iowa State opportunity to go up to Humboldt, and they're always a gracious host, and they pack that gym.
Oh, they got the people outside in the foyer wanting to find the last seat in the house.
Oh, action here as the bull rush. And the two go out of bounds. 14 seconds, short time. Brody Hendricks, Humboldt. Chad Beeman hoping he can get the takedown, trying to cinch in the unders. Purdy Here come the double unders from Brody Hendricks. Purdy, look at him.
Purdy,
wise, keeping that right toe inbounds.
That's savvy wrestling right there.
It really is. And the time expires, and Maximus Purdy, the young sophomore, Davenport Assumption. He has been tough to score on all week.
Sonny Alvarez right there, the head coach. All-American at Wartburg. They're doing a building program over there.
Presenting the Class 1A 175 awards, Assistant Coach Braxton Chichelli. 8th place, Austin Henderson, Wayne of Gordon. 7th place, Landon Schnelly, South Winnesheek. 6th place, Mason Hoyt, Iowa Valley Marengo. 5th place, Alex Tiedemann, Northwood Kensett. 4th place, Dean Ballou, Midland. 3rd place, Lane Mitchell, Lawton Bronson. Runner-up, Brock Mulder, Boynton Hall, Rock Valley. In your Class 1A 175-pound champion from Don Bosco, Ethan Christopher.
Ethan Christopher, the junior from Don Bosco, back into the finals for the 2nd straight year, the first time at this weight, 175 pounds, and he becomes the 6th individual champion for Don Bosco.
Coach Evan Johnson. In 8th place, Blake Mather, West Delaware, Manchester. 7th place, Brody Booman, Assumption, Davenport. 6th place, Aiden Antonelli, Anamosa. 5th place, Kason Tyler, Decorah. 4th place, Kason Curran, Mount Vernon. 3rd place, Dane Burkhart, Fairfield. Runner-up, Kyler Crow, Mediapolis. In your Class 2A 175-pound champion from Clear Lake, Christian Dunning.
Christian Dunning has a routine the night before a big match. He'll read the Bible before bed. He'll eat a meal with his family. The same routine, it never changes, and he did not have to change a thing this week. Christian Dunning, the senior from Clear Lake.
I think that's an example right there, again, of discipline and consistency. Discipline and consistency is the strategy and the principle of champions.
6th place, Kepler Carmichael, North Scott. 5th place, Gabe Rubino, Waukee, Northwest. 4th place, Landon Bell, Iowa City Liberty. 3rd place, Barrett Mirez, Linmar. Runner-up, Jackson Miller, Carlisle. And your Class 3A 175-pound champion from Ankeny Centennial, Maximus DeVolt.
175 in 3A was a matchup of 2 state champions and a couple of future Division I wrestlers, and it is the Iowa State commit DeVolt in his junior campaign backing up the state title that he won a year ago as a sophomore.
Choose dental coverage from people who know what matters to Iowans. Delta Dental of Iowa is local with the most dentists statewide.
Getting ready to bump up to 215 pounds. The introduction of the state championship participants in all 3 of Iowa's classes. Final 2 weights on this Saturday night. So wonderful to have you with us. Kicked off our coverage with the Grand March, and now here we are down to the final 2 weight classes. Class 1A, Kyler Salas of Don Bosco. Will this be the record-setting state title for the Dons? Salas can deliver. They've won 6 titles tonight, tying Council Bluffs Lewis Central's mark back in 2001. The Titans winning those 6 titles more than 2 decades ago. Carter Wright, Woodbury Central, the 3 seed in 1A. In Class 2A, Mason Kohler of Glenwood, Gavin Moeller of Osage, and then in 3A, it's Lincoln Jip, Bettendorf, Camden Smith, the senior for Dubuque Hempstead. TJ, you look at the body of work this year, now that we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, how would you classify this year's talent level for the state of Iowa and what it has produced compared to previous years?
Well, when you start with the number of 4-timers and 3-timers in a state like Iowa, it's always good to see that number where it's at. And to have 2 in the, we've had 1. We have the opportunity for a second with Rayshawn Ross coming up. But I think watching it for 4 days, it's Iowa wrestling is in a good place. And it has a lot to do, you mentioned it earlier, with the investment in and out of season. The schools, they work cooperatively with the really great club opportunities for training, and then the opportunity to wrestle year-round is unmatched.
Here we go, 215 pounds. Lincoln Jip, 3A, Bettendorf. They have crowned a number of champions tonight. They have 4 wrestling for state titles. Jip, the Donnybrook champion. He is going to wrestle in the ACC. Looking forward to following him and his career as he is committed to North Carolina to wrestle for Rob Cole. 3-point takedown early, and this crowd getting into it for Woodbury Central's Carter Wright. Wright, Woodbury Central's only finalist tonight. 2 pins in the tournament, so he has relied on the big move. First team All-State defensive end. He's a strong big guy, and he's showing some of that strength now. He has the trap arm tilt. Salas in some trouble, gets back to his base. Near fall points awarded. The move broke, so that means Wright can go right back to it. He gets the full allotment of 4, up 7-0.
What a tournament for Woodbury Central, getting the 3rd place trophy, and before they even entered the finals. Great tournament. This would be something else for them to walk away with the trophy and a state champion. Don Bosco already tying Lewis Central for the most champions in one finals tournament, but big hill to climb for Salas if they're going to break it with 7.
Yeah, he's going to have to get to work, but you know what? I just want to do a shout out to the Salas family, Waterloo, and the Patriot grandfather here of Kyler, Punchy Larry Punchy Salas. I know you're real proud watching, but man, they have that Salas family, Waterloo, has been outstanding for decades.
Decades and decades. Back in the 70s, Punchy was all over the place, supporting and investing in kids, and well-deserved tribute.
Let's not forget, Kyler Salas was the hero not that long ago in the state dual wrestling championship.
Yeah,
Don Bosco
true.
was trailing 33-30, and it came down to Salas's match, and he delivered.
Yes, he did. And they won the state duels. Obviously, they're walking away with the record set, tying the record at least. But what a great year, man, they've had. So just, it's awesome. And, you know, you had to start with so many different really great coaches and so forth. But Lincoln Jip Bettendorf, man, I really have enjoyed watching this guy wrestle. 2-1, he's ahead. And he's a real talent, and he's going to do well, I think. 3 falls in the tournament so far, 47-0.
He shot low, lightning quick explosion there from the big athletic body of Lincoln Jip. And Smith's going to have to bail out on this. Wise decision there, so he'll give up the takedown. Minute 14 to go, and Jip can go to work.
Mason Kohler, Glenwood up 4-0.
Mason Kohler in his senior campaign for the Rams. What an incredible, incredible career it has been. A win tonight would make him Glenwood's third multi-state champ. Jeff Gins in 89 and 90. Rock Moreno did it back-to-back years, 91 and 92. Glenwood was a program throughout the years. I know when I was coming up through Council Bluffs, they were a feared wrestling program. They were cooking. Kohler a 4-0 lead. Wright continuing to pour it on Salas. He is in the riding position, up 11. Lincoln Jip a 5-2 advantage on Camden Smith. Moeller for Osage. He was late to the party this year, as once again Carter Wright had Salas exposed, and he will get the near fall points, and he is close to ending it. And that is going to be a 14-0 lead as they march into the third period. But going back to Gavin Moeller, he did not wrestle the first half of the year for Osage, but he was cleared over the Christmas break. Suffered an injury in week 6 of the high school football season, which ended his season early, caused him to get off to a late start. Working off the underhook, tried to whip Kohler over. You go back to Jip at the top, has that head locked up, TJ.
He's not able to get the head and the arm together in the headlock. Comes around to stay on top.
I think Salas comes up with a takedown. They got in the scramble. Got his first point, or no, now it wasn't given, so yeah, it was given 14-3, but now 16-3 Wright.
Should try to hit the ankle picks.
I think that's going to be it for Carter Wright, getting near fall points.
What a tournament for Woodbury Central, and icing on the cake from the 3 seed. You like offense, you like his style. Carter Wright brought that offense this week. Couple of pins tonight in the state championship. He puts up 20. Jip is feeling it for Bettendorf.
And this would take Bettendorf to second place alone. And it does. He's putting them up, giving a point.
Here's the final back points in 1A to end the match. Lincoln Jip going for broke. Sasson hit the assassin, it looks like.
He's done that before.
Man, that's a way to finish. That's a way to finish the match. Tech fall.
Jip will head to Chapel Hill, fresh off a state championship for Bettendorf.
Yeah, he had a great tournament.
And he takes Bettendorf right into second place all alone behind Southeast Polk. Indianola still in third, Dowling in fourth.
Jip had 3 falls and then a Tech fall.
And one of the great wrestlers in Glenwood history has added a state title. Mason Kohler, the shutout, 4-0. Young man who absolutely loves his hometown community of Glenwood. He grew up looking up to wrestlers. They had some good ones. C.J. Carter, Matt Malcolm, strong wrestling history, and the big slam and the spike. for Kohler as he caps off an incredible career, and he will continue it next year at the University of Northern Colorado in Greeley.
Coach Jake Munger. 8th place, Reagan Richardson, Riceville. 7th place, Lincoln Blickendorfer, Central Springs. 6th place, Dawson Boileau, Regina, Iowa City. 5th place, Ryan Wirtz, Emmitsburg. 4th place, Nolan Kriegel, Iowa Valley, Marengo. 3rd place, Blake Murtu, Ridgeview. Runner-up, Caleb Christensen, Nottoway Valley. In your Class 1A 190-pound champion from Starmont, Keaton Muller.
Keaton Moeller won a state championship 2 years ago. He missed all of last season with a knee injury. He comes back fully healthy, and the senior delivers a state title, his 2nd championship. A UNI commit.
190-pound awards, Coach Sonny Alvarez. In 8th place, Oscar Potter, Woodward Granger. In 7th place, Brian Snyder, Centerville. In 6th place, Braylon Bieber, Independence. In 5th place, Josh Ringler, Grinnell. In 4th place, Brendan Lampers, Sioux Center. 3rd place, Thomas Sexton, Decorah. Runner-up, Brody Hendricks, Humboldt. In your Class 2A 190-pound champion from Assumption, Davenport, Maximus Purdy.
Davenport Assumption sophomore Maximus Purdy. It's a brick wall all week as far as his defense goes. Fundamental stance, low stance, tough to score on. And Assumption celebrates a state title. Now we bump up to 3A.
In 8th place, Philip Jacobs, Lindmar. 7th place, Kellen Wegner, Dallas Center Grimes. 6th place, Jesse Egley, Fort Dodge. 5th place, Victor Esparza, Norwalk. 4th place, Dalton Zetnicek, Marshalltown. 3rd place, Andy Frankie, Muscatine. Runner-up, Loudon Bloxham, Prairie, Cedar Rapids. And your Class 3A 190-pound champion from Bettendorf, Brayden Kester.
Another title for Bettendorf tonight. The 3A champion Brayden Kester in his junior campaign. Left little doubt in his match. He jumped out early and he never looked back.
The races are coming down to finality there. Trophies still to be determined in 3A and 2A, but of course Southeast Polk's going to win 3A. They're the 3A champs. Decorah and Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont are going to tie and be co-champions with 131 points each. They will tie for the state championship. I don't know how many times that has happened, Sean. Don Bosco, a record-setting performance with 6 champions, tying Lewis Central for the most. They're winning 1A. And then Bettendorf and Indianola are in 2nd and 3rd place in 3A. Dowling has a heavyweight left, going up against Drayshawn Ross and his 4th, but they still have the opportunity. And It'll come, the third place trophy in 2A will come down to the heavyweight as well, with Al Burnett's heavyweight.
Class 1A.
Fleshman, if he wins, they get the trophy, third place trophy. If he doesn't, Wilton gets the third place trophy. Wilton currently in third place, 2 points ahead of Al Burnett. And then going back to 1A, Don Bosco, Jessup, and Woodbury Central are the trophy teams.
So you're telling me Wilton all of a sudden is donning the orange for Solon tonight?
There you go, they are. and you know, they used to be in the same conference, you know.
They did.
They're not too far away from each other.
We have one 4-timer crowned, and now we get an opportunity to watch the nation's top prospect at heavyweight, Shawn Ross, the senior from Fort Dodge. Dominant week. He had a 55-second tech fall, a 41-second pin in the quarters, a 21-6 tech fall last night that took only a minute 10 off the clock. Oklahoma State commit. He will be a part of David Taylor's group next year in Stillwater. Ross is in, has the double leg, has Hagen up. Now sucks him back and drives him down for 3. Man, he just makes it look so easy. Comes right back in on the right leg.
Once he gets those hands around the leg above the knee, he just gets right back to his feet. So athletic.
Arnold with a quick takedown and a release for Nordaway Valley.
Coached by his dad, Coach Arnold.
We've had a lot of those tonight.
Arnold looking to become a 3-time champion for the Wolverines. Celebrated his 200th career victory earlier this week in the tournament.
That's a lot of victories. Already got another takedown.
Having no trouble with Keegan Long of Earlham. Has him up in the air, right to his back, and there's the fall. Holy smokes. Ashton Arnold, that's how you cap off a career.
We putting on. What we got here. Love big.
He loves big and he throws big.
Yes, he does.
And that is the way to love big.
Boy, that was impressive. He's had a great year. Here's Arnold. Releases him. Steps in, double, lift up, boom. Right to his back, and it's over.
Shawn Ross,
Yeah, he's only up 12-4.
Watch out, as the cradle. He had the cradle for a moment. Yeah, what's going on? Just 15 points in the first period.
He's going to get to the second period? Oh, man.
He has been spectacular since he arrived on the scene in high school. Looking to cap off his 3rd unbeaten season. He's pinned his way through the state tournament as a sophomore. Everybody recalls the backflip celebration that he had. Look at this.
Just finished it off.
Just so easy. Like you said, he didn't get out of the first period. It's over.
And here comes the crowd for Shawn Ross. Everybody to their feet. A long storied tradition and the honor of saluting a 4-time state champion. The stage is yours, young man, the senior from Fort Dodge.
So awesome.
What a way to finish a great coaching career for Bobby Thompson.
He's appreciating it.
Here it comes. A backflip.
Here we go.
He wants the crowd.
This is the show. Oh, man. That's an athlete right there. He's going to see somebody. Oh, there's family there.
He becomes the 34th wrestler in the state of Iowa to become a 4-time state champion.
It makes it look easy.
This is a heavyweight. Might I remind you that we just saw pull off a perfect 10 in gymnastics with the flip.
Last time we seen that was Gable Stevenson, that guy. He was that guy.
He was. He was. Oklahoma State is going to enjoy Drayshawn Ross. So now we come down to the team race that TJ has been tracking all night. Fleshman trailing by a point. Feuerbach in this second period will carry a 1-0 lead.
This is for that last trophy that's still out there, the third place trophy for 2A. Decorah, EBF, they've already got first place tie. Now third place will go to either Wilton or Alburnett.
This is the third meeting between these two this year. Fleshman won 5-3 back in December, and then a sudden victory regional duel win earlier this month, 4-1. They are two wrestlers who are very close. They are friends, in fact. They train together. The Big Game Wrestling Club in North Liberty. Egan Fleshman wrestling with a heavy heart this year. Lost his father Michael back in November after a multi-year battle with diabetes. His dad, he talked about, was his motivation. So instrumental for him. He reminisced about the time he took him to his first tournament, his first practice when he was just a little guy, 3 years old. Fleshman and Feuerbach to bring it home tonight from Des Moines. Two buddies off the mat, having to go forehead to forehead tonight at 285. Both of these wrestlers, exceptional athletes, both all stayed on the gridiron. Let's see if one of these wrestlers makes a shot, tries to win it in regulation, or will they settle for a sudden victory to sort it out? You train with somebody, you wrestle someone so much, the familiarity, it's tough to find openings, tough to find any type of daylight.
Oh, man. Feuerbach in deep, but nothing going. Both these guys are going to be back next year. We got a sophomore and a junior.
So we go to a sudden victory, 1 minute, low shot.
Comes up with the single, dump. He's close. There it is. There it is.
Whoa.
Clayton Rush gets tossed, the coach. They got a trophy.
Clayton Rush gets a trophy going into the Division III Hall of Fame, a two-time NCAA champion from Co. And now as a coach, he gets the third place trophy because of his 285-pound state champion.
Great match.
Alburnett passes Wilton and goes into third place in 2A.
It has been an emotional 4 months, and you see the hug and the embrace. What a moment for Egan Fleshman, the young sophomore, in sudden victory.
He is a good one there. Man, that's a nice lateral.
It's a page out of the international playbook in the celebration mode.
Fleshman.
Turn your attention to the award stand area. Presenting the Class 1A 215-pound awards, Coach Jacob Thomas. In 8th place, Brooks Beetlesbacher of Hinton. 7th place, Dax Youngblood, Jessup. 6th place, Carter Richter, ACGC. 5th place, Carson Edney, Logan Magnolia. 4th place, Camden Cracklio, Durant. 3rd place, Braxton Plants, Montezuma. Runner-up, Kyler Salas, Don Bosco. In your Class 1A 215-pound champion from Woodbury Central, Carter Wright.
Excellent week for Woodbury Central. Carter Wright took out the 2-seed Braxton Plants last night in the semis. Tonight in the finals, in front of a packed house at the Casey Center. He takes down the number 1 seed from Don Bosco.
Presenting the Class 2A 215-pound awards, Coach Tucker Weber. In 8th place, Cody Kepke of Denver. 7th place, Danny Small, Center Point, Urbana. 6th place, Colton Mao, Sioux Center. 5th place, Quentin Polking, Carroll. 4th place, Gatlin Rogers, Wilton. 3rd place, Jackson Anderson, Mount Vernon. Runner-up, Gavin Muller, Osage. In your Class 2A 215-pound champion from Glenwood, Mason Kohler.
The career of Mason Kohler comes to an end, and he will etch his name in the Glenwood record books. One of the best to put on a Ram singlet, the 3rd multi-state champion, joining Jeff Gins, Rock Moreno. Mason Kohler, their champion at 215.
8th place, Bryce Williams, Waukee Northwest. 7th place, Trey Feist, North Scott. 6th place, Brandon Boxeff, Ankeny Centennial. 5th place, Ethan Miller, Urbandale. 4th place, Paxton Blanchard, Lewis Central. 3rd place, Merrick Haggerty, Waverly Shellrock. Runner-up, Camden Smith, Dubuque Hempstead. In your Class 3A 215-pound champion from Bettendorf, Lincoln Jick.
Lincoln Jip, the senior from Bettendorf, capping off his career as well, much like Kohler of Glenwood. Bettendorf enjoying a solid night tonight. North Carolina commit will compete in the ACC next year. Lincoln Jip heads to Chapel Hill with a state title.
Hy-Vee, where there's a hopeful smile in every aisle.
A lot of the fans from Fort Dodge, they are not budging. They are not going to move until they see their king take to the top of the podium. Drayshawn Ross, a 4-timer, one of their fan favorites. He will be taking his spot in just a few moments with the award ceremony. Don't forget, Iowa PBS covered boys state wrestling for decades. Until 2002, we finally brought it back home. Going forward, and our vault of old school championship match videos is always available online at iowapbs.org or on the YouTube channel. Take a look at these faces. You saw Coach Dresser, Tom Brands back in his high school days, Doug Schwab, Iowa State, UNI, all as high schoolers, all the memories in the state championships will be found on Iowa PBS. Back to the podium in 285.
3rd place, Logan Lashbrook, Janesville. Runner-up, Keegan Long, Earlham. In your Class 1A 285-pound champion from Nottoway Valley, Ashton Honnold.
His father, Brad, wrestled at Nebraska. Ashton had always a dream of being a Division I wrestler. That dream a reality as he gets ready to head to Cedar Falls. And man, did he ever finish his career with a bang. The big throw and finish, and he is a 3-time champ for the Wolverines.
Ty Cam, Sioux Center. Sixth place, J.T. Kelso, Clarion Goldfield Dows. Fifth place, Lane Kleppy, North Fayette Valley. Fourth place, Kane Baller Marino, Woodward Granger. Third place, Drake Boothie, Glenwood. Runner-up, Lucas Bierbach, Solon. And your Class 2A, 285-pound champion from Albernet, Egan Fleischman.
Albernet has a state champ at heavyweight, and it's the sophomore Egan Fleischman. Much bigger version of what we saw last year as he competed as a freshman. Put in a ton of time, gained some weight and strength, and it all paid off.
Aiden Curtis, Indianola. Seventh place, Cale Roberts, Southeast Polk. In sixth place, Caden Stitt, Iowa City West. In fifth place, Andrew Hine, Waukee. Fourth place, Kerry Cox, Pleasant Valley. Third place, Henry Moore, Waukee Northwest. Runner-up, Brady Hagan, Dowling Catholic. And your Class 3A 285-pound champion and the 34th four-time champion in Iowa high school wrestling history, Shawn Ross of Fort Dodge.
Shawn Ross will leave Fort Dodge 143 consecutive wins. You take a look at his illustrious high school career. He finishes with 2 losses, both of those losses coming in his freshman year. He lost to current Penn State starting heavyweight Cole Mirasola and Waverly Shell Rock's McCrae Haggerty, a current heavyweight at Iowa State. Incredible.
It's going to be good company for him to revisit, and he's probably hoping to see him again.
Let's not forget, he was getting courted pretty heavily by powerhouse football teams as well. They wanted him on the gridiron. Michigan, Iowa, Iowa State, a multitude of other schools all wanting him to go football, but Shawn Ross had made up his mind. He wants to continue to grow and be a part of what David Taylor is building at Oklahoma State. We get to the team scores now, and TJ, you take a look at it. Don Bosco, 6 state champs tonight, 222 points for the Dons.
Yeah, they really did the job, and 6 out of 7. What a showing for them. And Jessup and Woodbury Central. Woodbury Central gets a champion and a trophy. Decorah and Eddyville, Blakesville, Fremont. Boom. Only the 3rd tie for a championship since 1933 in 2A. And then Albernet with that big heavyweight win squeezes in there and gets 3rd place. Clayton Rush gets a champion and a trophy. Southeast Polk 229, most points of any team. And Bettendorf, what a finals, Jim. And Bettendorf gets a few champions. They get up there to 2nd place, and Indianola in 3rd.
No kidding, man. Loved it. What a great event. I think Iowa PBS, we're glad to be here. We love that you're back. And so is the state of Iowa.
Well, I know I was honored to be a part of it with you two legends of the sport, Hall of Famers. So glad to share the booth with you. Thank you so much for everything you both have done for the state of Iowa in this great sport of wrestling.
Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you.
Don't forget, the champions may have secured their place in history here tonight, but there is more high school championship coverage on the horizon with Iowa PBS. Join us as girls and boys state basketball championships tip off in the month of March, just a couple of weeks away. As always, archives of this and other state championships and college wrestling are available at iowapbs.org and also our YouTube channel. For Tim Johnson, Jim Miller, our fantastic Iowa PBS crew, this is Shawn Kenney saying good night from Des Moines.
Funding provided by Fareway Meat and Grocery. For more than 80 years, Fareway has been proud to be an active part of the communities we serve. Learn more at Fareway.com.
Banking in Iowa goes beyond transactions. Banks work to help people and small businesses succeed. And Iowa banks are committed to building confident banking relationships. Iowa Banks, your partner through it all.
Pella Windows and Doors help bring your home to life. For more than 100 years, Pella has been dedicated to building a brighter future in Iowa communities. Pella Corporation is a proud supporter of Iowa PBS.